Good morning. Is this working? Yeah. Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considered application for variances from the provincial of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to property to create new lots. My name is Yim Chen. I will be chairing today's hearing, and I also like to introduce our members on the panel today. To my far left is Mr. Philip Goss, and Mr. Sahih Bayat, and Mr. Ryan Bisnet, and Mr. Larry Clay. And I also would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting is on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anasazi, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 and the Mississauga of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submission in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the options of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allocated speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be restated as attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustments staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. How to receive a copy of the decisional committee? People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out the decision request card. And those participating virtually need to submit a written request for decision by email. So please ensure that you include your name, address, email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAP, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decision. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, such those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decision of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Now I will introduce the hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When making your submission, when an application is not contested, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment when you're reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept material at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The application or the agent or the applicant will proceed first. They will make a presentation to the committee on the application. And please note, the committee might not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. January, we will call speakers in the hearing rooms here and then those participating through WebEx. Committee member may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. Then this will mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for decision. And now, I'd like to know whether we have some minutes of last meeting to confirm.
Good morning, Madam Chair and panel members. No minutes for adoption ready for today.
Yeah, and I would like also to ask our panel members and also staff whether they have a declaration of conflict of interest. No, we don't, so we can proceed. And also, can you tell me whether there's some file being closed, withdrawn, or request? A deferral request. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, perhaps maybe we can deal with item number 5, 11 Bishop Street, file number A0721/24TEY.
Oh, okay.
There is a letter from the applicant requesting to withdraw and close this file. There will not be a refund issued for this file.
Yes, yes. We do not need to call on the applicant because they're withdrawing, so do we need to have a motion to?
Yes, I'll need the members to move a motion to close this file.
Yeah, Mr. Bayer, yes. And then Mr. Goss, second. All in favor to close? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then for deferral, we do have one for this morning. Item number 8, 996 Woodbine Avenue, file number A0735/24TEY. So you can introduce the file, and then we'll have the agent
Just give me
at the podium.
Yes, number 8, right? Okay. Number 8 is 996 Woodbine Avenue. This is to construct a new 4-story multi-unit detached building to contain a municipal shelter. This will be one parking. There will be one parking pad and abutting Strathmore Boulevard. We received a copy of survey site plan and floor plans and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, and 2 photographs of the property, cover letter from the agent, and cover letter from, we have another cover letter received October 17 from the agent, deferral request from the agent, and owner's consent memo from the manager, and we have commenting agents. We receive a report from community planning and also urban forestry. We have quite a number of support, and this is also quite a number of people who are who with concerns, and we have quite a list of also opposition. Yes, welcome. Yeah.
Scano Sego Segoli Son Gwengo Matthew Kigiaso Hane Zongwe Homagiaso. My name is Matthew Hickey. I am the architect in charge of this project for Two Row Architect
Yeah.
and representing Two-Spirited people of the First Nations today.
Just before you start, I would just like to remind people, now we're dealing with the deferral request first.
Yep.
And you can tell us why. And also anyone want to speak, you only focus on the deferral requests first. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, committee. We are here to request a deferral for two reasons. One, we haven't been able to meet with our local councillor as of yet, which is set up for next week.
Next week.
Conversation with Councillor Brad Bradford. And the second one is that we've received letters from community, those in support, but also those with non-support. And we would like to take the time to bring the community that we will be building in up to having an awareness of the project. That works for them, but also to work through any of the issues that we might be able to adjust over that time period. So really, the important aspect for us is to be able to meet with the community, specifically those that don't have support for the project at this time.
Yeah. So if you're going to have the committee meeting next week, you think that you will have enough time if we put you on a schedule for the next available dates?
That's a very good question. These dates are quite quick, but I think it's important for us to be able to speak with community.
Yes.
It may not be a committee or a community meeting. It may be one-on-one, or to be able to just bring their awareness up to the project of a level that they're satisfied with, understanding where we are in the process, and understanding the requirements from a funding point of view for this project. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing with community, but we also have pressures on the other end. So
yeah.
I think the communication portion is the piece that needs to be really worked on.
I understand. So you have any questions? Anyone want any remarks? Yeah, but thank you. Maybe we can hear other people. Do they have any opinion about the deferral request?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm looking to those in attendance here in person. Who is here attending for this item? Okay, please, one by one, come up to the podium. You'll state your first and last name and whether or not you support the deferral request.
My name is Sharon O'Grady, and I live on Strathmore, and nervous. So I'm here to support the deferral.
Yes.
That, just as he explained, that there have been members of the community concerned because we're unsure that when we got the letter of notice and it said including a municipal shelter, we just needed to have an opportunity to ask more questions.
Yes.
And that on our particular block of Strathmore, we have already come together in order to go through a similar process when a bungalow on our street became a 3-floor building, and we were able to work with the architect to come out with something that was well, not exactly what we wanted, at least it was a good compromise. And so that we certainly feel that by working with the architects, we could probably do the similar sort of thing in this situation.
Yeah, we understand. Yeah, that's the best to know what's going on. In a way. Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah. So you're in support. Thank you. Yeah.
Next speaker, please come to the podium.
Hi, thank you. My name is Paul Cross. I live on Cedarvale Avenue, and I would be in support of a deferral, absolutely, because I think there's a giant black hole in the neighborhood about this project, including how quickly it was posted, how short the notice was, and immediately the hearing. No one knew anything about this until the last few days from my perspective, but it looks like maybe as early as October 7th, which is no time at all. So definitely some communication from the proponents of the project and some outreach to the community. Probably a public meeting would be appropriate. I think it's that kind of issue. Definitely I would recommend.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, just looking again into the audience to see if there's anybody else that wishes to speak on this item. See none. Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, we do have some virtual, so we'll one by one unmute those individuals.
Sam, you've been unmuted.
Yes. Hi there.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah, just can you tell us whether you are in support or oppose the deferral requests? Yeah.
I am opposed of this project
Oh,
at
no,
that location because
Mr. Sam, sorry, I don't know whether you heard the previous speakers. The applicant is requesting to defer this case so that they can run a community consultation meeting. So they are asking for a deferral.
Yes.
My question to you is to whether you will support a deferral so that you got a chance to meet with the applicant. Yeah.
yes, I would support the deferral, please.
Yes, that's all we want to get from you for now. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The next slide.
Okay.
Are we having more speakers? Okay.
Kalia, you've been unmuted.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. So I would like to say that I do not support the request for deferral because
Can
I
you,
fully
excuse
support
me
this
for the-
project.
Excuse me, for the record, please tell us your first, last name and your address. Yeah.
It's Kayla Hunt. My current address is 1831 Gerrard Street East. My former address is 542 Strathmore Boulevard, the triplex that Ms. Sharon O'Grady talked about.
Okay.
I don't support the motion for deferral. While I respect the Two Row and Two Spirits desire to bring the community who's not in support of the project on side, I honestly don't know how much more you could do to bring them on side. And this project needed to be built yesterday. This is an absolutely needed piece of housing in our community, and I 100% support it being built. I don't see the point in making a deferral because everything that needed to be done to ameliorate the concerns of the people who say they're in opposition has been done and has been submitted by the architects.
Okay,
I don't
thank
know
you.
what else there is that they could say. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're just ready to hear it today, right? Okay, thank you. Yeah. So next, yeah. So one oppose and three.
Janet or Paul Davies, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hello. We support the deferral.
Yes. Can you also tell us your first
Janet?
and last name and then your
Janet?
address, please? Yeah.
Janet and Paul Davies, 990 Woodbine Avenue.
Okay. And you both support the deferral requests. So
Definitely.
okay. Thank you very much. Yes. All right. Yeah.
Shiza, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Shiza Sarfraz, and I live on 1A King Edward Avenue. I oppose the deferral of this motion. Just adding that deferring such motions only delay the process of providing shelter at a time when we're facing a housing crisis. And I appreciate you taking in feedback from the community and support the city in building this shelter. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Caroline, you've been unmuted.
Hi. I, like Kayla, oppose the.
Can you tell us also?
Hi, sorry, my name is
your
Caroline
address?
Starr.
Yes.
Yeah, I live at 254 Coleridge Avenue, but I am a business owner on the Danforth at 2005 Danforth Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
And like Kalia, I oppose the request for sorry, what is it called again? Sorry, you threw me off.
It's like,
Because I was hoping to speak in favor of the project.
can you, yeah, tell us the reason.
So,
Just-
yes, I would like the project to go through as it stands. I think it is a really well thought out, wonderful opportunity for our community, and I really hope that it's built as quickly as possible because
Through
housing
you,
like
Madam
this is
Chair, we're not
life-saving.
speaking about the merits of the application.
No, just the reason.
So it's just, no, it's,
Okay,
do you support the deferral? You stated no. You'd like the
No.
committee to hear the application today, is that correct?
Yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Yes.
We'll move
Okay.
on to the next speaker.
Oh, they don't need to give us reason. Okay.
They can't speak to the merits of the application, Madam Chair.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, but then, yep, yep. Then,
Janet, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Janet Hadjidimitriou, and I live on Strathmore Boulevard. And I am I do support the deferral of this. I am interested in finding out more about this project.
Yes.
I also find it interesting that the majority of people who are not supporting the deferral
Thank you. Yeah, we-
don't live in the neighborhood.
yes.
Through you, Madam Chair,
do not
again,
get
we
into the
cannot hear the
detail.
merits
We
of the
just-
application. It's a yes or no question. So just for the next speakers that we're going to hear from, what's on the floor of hearing is the request to deferral.
Yes.
So it's yes, I support the deferral, no, I don't support the deferral.
Yeah.
Yes, I do support the deferral.
Thank
Thank you. I
you.
look forward to hearing more about this project.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
I do not support the deferral as I'm in full support of the building proposition.
What is your name?
And
full name?
sorry, my name is Meg Boney and I live on Salmon Avenue.
Thank you.
Part of the Woodbine Danforth community.
Thank you.
I sort of, I miss,
She supports,
I
does
do
not
not
support the
deferral.
deferral and like to hear the application today.
yeah, she's so opposed to the deferral, right? That's what okay, thank you very much. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Missy May Ng. I live at 68 Balfour, and I also rent space at 2005 Danforth, and I want to not support the deferral. Thank you.
So, okay, so you're opposed to a deferral. Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
thank you.
Mike, you've been unmuted.
Hi there. I'm Mike Vanelli. I'm the co-owner of, with my wife, of 549 Strathmore, which is 3 doors down from the property in question. Fully support the deferral. I actually think this could be a positive thing, but I just don't understand the project. There's very little information available on the portal, how the portal, how it would
Yeah,
operate.
so you're in support of the deferral, right? Okay.
Yes, the one other
Thank
comment I
you.
wanted to make is that I'm
Thank you.
happy to.
That's the what we're dealing with right now, just the deferral requests. We will not go into the detail or the merits of the application. Yeah, the agent will have a chance, if it's a deferral, you will have a chance to meet with the agent and understand more of the project. Thank you.
I was
Yeah.
going to say I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, that is all for our speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you. Can we bring the agent back? Because I sort of marked down the Tory, you're almost neck to neck. 5, including yourself, you're probably in support of the deferral, so you are 1 vote up from the other side, opposed, yeah.
Yes, our client also supports the deferral as well. We do want to be a good community member and make sure that people are aware of the project. Understanding that there may be limited changes that we can do at this point in time. However, being a good community member means that we need to make our neighbors aware.
Yeah, I agree. I think that that probably will be a more successful project if the community understands it more, I think.
Agreed.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I'm happy to put forward a motion to,
Sorry, just before we put forward
Yes.
the motion, I'd like to make some comments in
yes,
committee.
please, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think the motion is probably.
So we don't have any question to the applicant. Now we are in committee. Okay, yes.
I'm sure the motion that you're going to put forward is the one that will support and will pass. But I just want to make the comments because we have so many people that are not in favor of a deferral, and I believe that we are going to move in favor of a deferral. Just the comment that the things that the committee considers and should be considering, and I'm sure we all are considering with the deferral request, is more about the hardship to those that have come to appear today to come and appear on another day. But where the applicant themselves is in favor of a deferral, it's hard to proceed if they themselves are saying that we should defer. And so I just wanted to let those that are not in favor of the deferral know that we have heard them, we have considered them
Yes.
before we move to defer. But with the applicant wanting to meet with the community, that sounds sensible, and there is a split here. But I just don't want those that were opposed to the deferral to think that we didn't take them into consideration. We did. Unfortunately, they will have to return if they want to speak to this, but it's the applicant's prerogative to defer.
Yes, I agree. I agree that that's a very good observation. And
Okay, sorry to slow us down with that.
anyone else want to make a comment before we put a motion forth? So, okay, it seems that we are ready for a motion.
I'll proceed with the motion to defer.
Yes, Mr. Bissonnette, and then Mr. Goss, second, and all in favor for deferral? All in favor and defer, yeah.
And that's to allow for a community outreach as
Yes.
well as a meeting with the counselor's office.
Yes.
Good luck, sir.
Yeah, love to see you again. Yes, thank you. So,
Through you, Madam Chair, now we can proceed with item number 1. No
Number
other deferral requests that I see for this morning's
okay,
items.
number 1 is 1411 Queen Street East. And this is this proposal is to alter the existing one-story industrial building, which is like a transit streetcar maintenance car house. And by constructing a one-story addition on the ground floor and a mezzanine on the west side. We receive a surveys, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 1 photograph of the property, and also a cover letter from the agent. Let's have the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. State your name and also your address for the record, please.
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mahshid Ansari, and I'm representing the Toronto Transit Commission.
Yes.
And
We need a presentation.
Yes, sorry to interrupt you. We have read your submission, and it seems to be quite a straightforward application. I will check with my panel whether they require a presentation from you before you start. Yeah. No, we don't need a presentation from you. See whether they have any questions. Any questions? No. So we do not have question either. We are ready to take it into committee for decision. Do you have any specific thing you want to say before we do that, please? No. So we lost. So maybe we are in committee now. Okay.
Chair, I'll take, this is a very straightforward application by a public institution to do a very minor increase in addition to the car house. And I noticed that the actual location of the addition is quite distant from the surrounding residential community, so I don't think it'll have any impact at all on the neighborhood. I think this is very straightforward. I'm happy to move approval.
And there's no
of this application
conditions
with
either.
no conditions.
Yes. Mr. Bayer, second. All in favor of approval, unanimously approved. Thank you. So we move to item number 2 on the agenda is 938, 40, 42, 44, and 950 King Street West, and 95, 7, 99, and STRACHAN Avenue. This is to alter the development standard as approved under site-specific bylaw for an 18-story mixed-use building. There will be a total of 231 residential dwelling units on this lot. They are seeking 11 variances. And on this item, we have received a survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevations, cover letter from the agent, and decisions affecting the subject property, and arborist report, and civil service memo, and pedestrian wind condition letter, and also transportation letter from the agent, presentation material from the agent, and site-specific bylaw. And we have received comment from transportation engineering and also a staff report from from community planning, and an advisory comment from Metrolink. And we receive corresponding of a person of interest, and 2, 4, 6, 7 letters of oppositions on this item.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person, as well as 2 registered speakers in opposition.
Yeah, you do have some opposition. You can give us a 5-minute presentation. Thank you. You can start now.
The mic?
No, the mic. You still, yeah.
Yeah. Before I start, I just wanted to make sure the presentation that I have.
Excuse me, you still have to give us your first, last name and your address for the record before you start. Thank you.
My name is Shaliza Rajan. I'm a planner from Bousfields. Our office is located at 3 Church Street in the City of Toronto. And I just wanted to confirm before I start that the presentation on the screen is the revised one sent to committee members yesterday.
Okay, let's bring, the staff will bring up the, and then we will not start until it's ready. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're ready. Through you, Madam Chair, we can't hear from the audience. It's the agent that's speaking at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. We are ready now. You can start. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of committee. As mentioned, my name is Shaliza Rajan, and I'm a planner at Bousfields. Second slide, please. This project was previously subject to a rezoning application, which eventually resulted in the approval of a site-specific bylaw at the OLT. City staff fully supported the OLT settlement. Before I speak to the variances, I'd like to take a step back and note how special this site is in terms of the public benefits being delivered. Primarily, the site includes the commemoration of the Palace Arms, which is a designated heritage building and a local landmark. It is an entirely rental building that is supported through the City of Toronto's Open Doors program. There is a significant portion of the building that is affordable housing, and the City of Toronto is a partner in providing these units. Finally, this is a shovel-ready project. The site owner is deeply engaged in the approvals process and ready to start construction. As a result of fine-tuning the design and working with city staff, it became necessary to introduce the variances that I will be speaking to. But it will continue to introduce the same public benefits and result in 47 additional rental units and include 5 additional affordable units as well. We know this is a key priority for this ward and Deputy Mayor Malik. The requested variances would allow for an increase in the overall building height, several changes including the gross floor area, introducing a new revised diagram theory, changes to the podium and floor heights, changes to the amenity ratios, and introducing new permissions for stacked bicycle parking. The site is located on King Street West and within a mixed-use area. These are areas, do you want to just hold the slides for now? You're jumping a bit ahead. As part of the types of areas in the city designated for growth. The site also has direct access to the King Street streetcar and several bus routes in the area, including Surface Route 63. Variances 7 and 8 on the slides before you adjust the height and podium of the building. 3 additional stories are proposed, bringing the building height to 17 stories. Interior amenity space is also being proposed at the rooftop level. This level was previously exclusively mechanical and outdoor space. The inclusion of indoor amenity space at this level constitutes an additional story, bringing the overall height to 18 stories. Next slide, please. Here we have a height map of the area. The proposed height at 18 stories continues to fall within the context of tall buildings along King Street West, which includes approvals of up to 20 stories. The proposal continues to be buffered from low-rise residential uses by way of the laneway to the east and adjacent development to the north. Next slide, please. Variance 3 revises the gross floor area to accommodate the 3 additional floors. The changes will result in 47 additional units, rental units, and include 5 additional affordable units. Next slide, please. Variants 9 and 10 are technical in nature and ensure the projections and encroachments permitted are per the revised Diagram 3, as opposed to the current Diagram 3. Variance 4, next slide, please, amends the overall building's amenity ratio. Overall, more amenity space is being proposed than the original approval. However, the overall ratio has changed as a result of the additional units. The amenity spaces continue to be high quality and add vibrancy to the building culture. Features of the rooftop amenity space include a dog run, children's play area, and barbecue area to the west of the railing there. Next slide, please. Variants 5 and 6 amend the specific indoor and outdoor amenity rates, in line with the overall changes in Variance 4. Next slide, please. Variants 1 and 2 pertain to access from King Street West. The previous approval contemplated live-work units along King Street West. These units are now 2-bedroom units with direct access to King Street. This change will be indistinguishable to an unaware observer from King and are similar in nature to the previous approval. These changes are mostly technical in nature. Next slide, please. Lastly, we have the change to the bicycle width. This change is also technical in nature, and the overall supply of bicycle parking continues to meet the parent bylaw standards. Next slide, please. In summary, we believe, as do city staff, that this application meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act. The changes continue to align with the official plan and Garrison Common secondary plan. The changes continue to align with the general intent of Bylaw 569/2013 and the site-specific bylaw. The changes are minor and mostly technical in nature, and they are desirable and appropriate. These conclusions are shared in the staff report prepared as of October 15th. We are also supportive of the conditions in the staff report. I'm here to answer any questions, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Yeah, are we holding our question, or we ask?
I have a couple questions maybe before. I know we got people speaking, but I wouldn't mind a couple clarifications.
Okay. Let's go ahead. Yeah.
First off, did you say, just to confirm, it's 100% purpose-built rental?
Yes.
Okay. Can we just talk a little bit about the OLT meeting process? When did the OLT issue its decision?
It issued its corrected decision in May 2023, but the hearing was in July 22.
And the parties, you mentioned that the city ended up supporting this application, but were there parties from the community as part of the process?
Don't recall. I just know that everything ended in a settlement.
Okay, I may ask that question to other people, whether
I have a
anyone
copy
from
of
the
the OLT
community.
decision. I can look at it in a moment.
That'd be great. I'm interested to know whether anyone from the community participated in the OLT process.
I'll look at it.
And thirdly, I'm not sure whether you actually talked about your reason, or your client's reason for the additional stories.
Yeah, so I think in terms of height and density, there's a lot of really great public benefits being delivered with the site, but delivering those public benefits, the commemoration of the Palace Arms, the affordable housing is challenging, and the additional variances, the height, the density, help support those public benefits. So that's a big driver here. Of course, since the original OLT approval, a lot has changed in the area. The site to the north was previously zoned as a neighborhood and has since been converted to a mixed-use area. There's an approval to the north now. So I think it's a change in circumstance, it's a change in time, it's a change in the market that's reflected across the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're ready for other speakers now. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll call up Peter Morgan to the podium.
Hi, good morning. Yeah.
Good morning.
Yes.
My name is Peter Morgan. My address is 130 Strawn Avenue,
Okay.
Unit 3, and thank you for bringing up the materials.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe you submitted slides.
Yes, these are the slides,
These are the
yes.
slides? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So you have 5 minutes. We're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Next slide, please. So this is, I was in a rush to try and get something for the last Wednesday deadline to submit slides. And I didn't have, so this is my best attempt using AutoCAD. I'm a civil engineer by trade, to piece together the land surveys which were submitted by the two condo developers on our block, Intentional Capital having 950 King Street West, as well as across the street at 952 King Street West, the same developer, and then Republic Developments, who's developing 111 Strawn Avenue. I thought it's important to ground this variance request in light of what's happening on the block. Just, you can stay on this slide, please. So this current building is already, it's not a mid-rise building anymore, but it doesn't conform with neither the mid-rise performance standards nor the high-rise guidelines, nor the growing up guidelines, nor really anything that the city puts out as sort of best practices. The mid-rise performance standards, with an addendum accepted by the city in 2016, the addendum called for a ratio of 1-to-1 in height to right-of-way. And as is already approved by the OLT, we are far past 2-to-1. And this variance would bring it up to beyond 2.6-to-1, sort of height to right-of-way. So this variance would really be making a new precedent in urban canyons of the built environment of the city, of which we haven't really seen in this part of the city yet. So this sort of ratios of height to right-of-way, it does exist in some parts of the city of Toronto, in a few places. Those places are probably closer to the financial district or Yonge Street in some parts, but in this part of Toronto, it doesn't really yet exist. So this is a new precedent. I would like to bring attention that the applicant, Intentional Capital, they submitted a revised wind study dated August 2023 for this building, 950 King Street West, but they conveniently have left out of the wind study any of the other buildings, including their other building across the street, for which they had already submitted an application and had community consultation and meeting with the city. And likewise, it's ironic, on the 952 King Street West, across the street, the same developer, their wind study doesn't include the 950 King Street West, even though it's dated 2024, and 950 had already been approved by the OLT. So they're being very duplicitous in what they're presenting in these wind studies, and they really mean nothing, because they're just showing each building in isolation when we know that they're building two of them, and right north of them, another one is being built by Republic Developments. So it brings into question, what is the validity of this of any of those wind studies? Because also Republic Developments, they were honest enough to include 950 King Street West at 14 stories in their wind study, but Intentional Capital has left out all the other buildings. It's just, they've treated them all as if they're the only thing that's ever gonna go up. And this sort of pattern of ignoring their adjacent developments, including their own adjacent developments, extends to other studies which are in their applications, which I would encourage the city to review under that lens of sort of honesty. We have multiple schools in the neighborhood. We have a steady stream of children crossing at Adelaide and Strawn every day in the morning and after school. And will those children need a rope to cross the street when this becomes sort of a canyon of sort of a wind tunnel? We don't know, because that study was never done, and all the wind studies are just sort of misleading. So the floor plate is too big to be a tall building, right? So we have 833 square meters from the 6th floor to the top floor, and between 900 to over 1,100 square meters in the first 5 stories, whereas the tall building guidelines call for a max of 750 square meters. So we're over on every floor by at least 83 square meters of gross floor plate. How much time do I have left?
16 seconds.
16 seconds. So essentially, to the people on the panel, I'm requesting you in accordance with the public service bylaw to try and serve the public well. And we had community meetings going back to 20, years ago with 120 plus people. I didn't receive this public hearing notice. I got it from my neighbor who got it from another neighbor. So I happened to hear about this, and it seems this is like not really properly being done. So I'm opposed to the variance. This would be a 21% increase in height.
Thank
Just
you.
slipped in. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wait, do we have question to this speaker? Okay, thank you. I have one quick question. So you said that it was, the process started a few years back.
Many years ago, yes.
You have been participating to the previous.
I have been participating
Yeah.
regarding 111 Strawn Avenue and 952 King Street West since the beginning. But 950, even though I've lived in the area since all this process started, I didn't, I have actually never received notice about anything from 950 King Street West from the city. I got something from the developer this time, but so I was not participating in the early conversations. However, I am a member of a community group, and I know that we had over 120 people at the initial meetings about 950 King Street West. I was not in the first meetings, no.
Okay, thank you. Yes. All right, thank you. All right, so ready for the.
No questions from the members? See none? Okay.
Mr. Bayek.
Late question, I apologize. So, just to get my own thinking in order, it originally started as a 13-story project?
Yes.
And then went to 15 and...
So yeah, my understanding was approved by the OLT at 14 stories, and now it would be 18. If you actually go to just the next slide for your own information, I have sort of the elevation views there. The one on the left is my understanding of what has been approved, and the one on the right, far right, is what they're requesting now. And there's a confusing one in the middle, which I don't really know. It's just, they have another application on the City of Toronto website, and these are the three elevation views to scale.
Oh, I see.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah.
And just the next slide, if you're interested, is what would happen if they all get this song of dance of 3 more stories just by doing a minor variance, because it's a big increment. You can keep going to the end. It's a speculative case of what would happen if they all get 3 more stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Careful with the press.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just looking into the audience to see if there's anyone else that wishes to speak on this item. See none? Is there somebody? Okay, if you wish to speak, now is your chance. You'll have to move over, yep, and just make sure the red light is on the microphone.
Hi, my name's Ann Beach Johnston. I live at 150 Strawn Avenue. I actually, I wrote a letter in opposition to this this minor variance that they are asking for, and I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the. I assume that all the members have read it, but my first really disagreement was, how can this be a minor variance? They're talking about more than 25% increase in height, and that's just the height. I mean, all the floor. And not the architects. There's an architect that I've been speaking to in our group that says, this is just way over what recommendations the city normally has, and to sort of put this through now as a minor variance of increasing for 4 more stories, and from 191 to 231 dwelling spaces, and having absolutely no parking being included in the building. I believe there are 12 or 13 visitor parking spots that will be provided, but none for residents. And even down to the little variance that they're asking for, the bicycle. The width of space for a bicycle is to narrow down bicycle parking spots. Like, it just seems to me they're trying to crowd in so much, and bringing it forward as minor variances, I think, is really not what the city should be hearing as a minor variance, and that this should not have been brought anyway to this committee. But I hope that you will turn down and oppose these minor variances that they have listed.
Okay, any question to this speaker? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll unmute Brent Stafford. Through you, Madam Chair, we're just going to make one more attempt to contact Brent. You speaking for this item? Yes. Okay, just give us a second, okay?
If you are calling about repairs, please leave a message after the tone.
Through you, Madam Chair, we've made multiple attempts to contact.
Yes. So maybe we can try later. Maybe we let this speaker go ahead first.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Fodio Sarantsiotis. I'm here for number 18, but there's a very similar thing about the notice. The notice calling it minor when there's a 25%
can you tell us your
increase.
address, your own
12 Pretoria Avenue. I'm here for number 18, but similar, the notices being called minor variances, I think is deceptive and misleading. And what it does, it removes a lot of people from coming here because they get this in the mail, if they do, because some people don't even get it, and they see minor and they toss it out.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, you need to speak to the merits of this application. So what is the impact?
The impact is that
this
people
application?
Yes.
The impact is that people are not seeing it because it's called a minor variance and it's 25% increase of height. That's not a minor.
Yeah, that's
Who defines minor?
Excuse me, sir. That's why we're going to hear it, and then it's up to the panel whether decided whether it's minor or major, or not minor. Yes, we do consider that aspect of the application.
But the letter that goes out to individuals, they get this in their mailbox, and somebody calls it a minor variance, and
No,
they
but
get
it doesn't mean that it's minor. It's
So
all.
why is it called minor? It says minor, minor variance.
No.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we need to hear the merits of this application, or we will move on to the next speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this application? Okay, come up. Yeah, just make sure the red light is on for the microphone.
Okay. My name's Bill Martin, live on Strawn Avenue.
What address, please? Yeah.
Sorry?
What's the address?
157 Strawn Avenue.
157. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think what I want to say, I mean, there are a lot of details and there are a lot of very technical things that may or may not be right here in respect to, and I agree with all the point about it doesn't sound like a minor variance. This is an old neighborhood. It's an old family neighborhood. It has, my wife and I, our family, have lived there for 45 years. It's a family place. It's a family neighborhood. That's when we moved in. There are, due to the increasing density already within the neighborhood, we now find there's so many cars on Strawn that the bikes, there's a bike lane there, but they can't get to use it because the cars are there. They're on the sidewalk, so are kids. So, I mean, the density already is incredible. This will essentially, there's this project going up to 18. Across the road, there's 17 stories. At 111 Strawn, there's 14 stories. There's not a lot of parking within these buildings. There's a lot of bicycles, which I approve, but let's be serious. The buildings themselves are not family friendly. They're mostly 1 and 2 bedroom units. So what is happening to the neighborhood, which was a neighborhood and should be a neighborhood and should be a place that you can build, bring a family up. It's dangerous out there. And when this goes through, I think as Peter and Ann alluded to, and probably sadly common sense, it's going to be a domino effect. So there'll be the 18 stories there, the one with 17 will want some more, and the one with 14 will want some more. No parking, cars on the street, families on the street, no real accommodation here for families, and I don't think for deep, low rent either, really. So it just smacks of being some sort of land grab at the defense or at the expense of a neighborhood that really hasn't had much planning change since I think about 85. So we're dealing with old regulations, and it's got to the point, say, where personally, although we've been there 46 years, we'll probably be moving out. And, it's just, it's a concrete jungle.
Thank you.
Is what we're there. Any rate.
It's just so it's see whether we have questions for you. Do we have any questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, looking at the audience one more time, is there anyone that wishes to speak for this item? See none? Okay, then we'll call up the agent.
So besides our questions, can you address to all the issues that have been raised by the oppositions first? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to start with the question that I left hanging last time about the parties to the appeal. So there were 4 parties, the applicant themselves, the City of Toronto, and then 2 companies, 1173044 Ontario Holding, which later withdrew its issues list, and then King Street West Holdings, which per the OLT decisions, the tribunal was informed that all parties had come to an agreement to rely upon the testimony of the settlement and the expert witness at the time. So again, all issues with all parties were resolved. There were no neighborhood associations in the parties, they were corporations. And I think that answers that question, but if you have any follow-ups, let me know. All right, next I'm going to speak quickly to the questions that came up from the opposition. I'm going to start with wind studies. So the wind studies that have been submitted for this application, any other application in the City of Toronto, are per the City of Toronto's wind terms of reference. They speak to approved developments in the area and how the application then responds to those terms. Secondly, I'll speak to public notice.
Yeah, on those points, so the opposition is right about the study. You said that you meet the requirement, but it did miss out some neighboring tall buildings, right? You only isolate your proposal.
It includes other approvals in the area, the wind study terms of reference.
It did, you said
Other
it included the approval, but not the adjacent buildings. Is it?
It's the approved buildings, but it's not the proposed buildings?
I think so. Again, I don't have the terms of reference in front of me, but I know that the terms of reference were followed.
Oh.
Sorry to, actually, you've got your 5 minutes. I'll ask my questions after.
Yes, okay. Let go ahead. Yeah, finish your addressing the other issues first. Okay.
All right. With respect to public notice was provided per the Planning Act conditions. I believe city staff sent out notices, and the applicant for this site also sent out additional public notices that a couple of the members spoke to as well. With respect to guidelines, in terms of the tall building guidelines and mid-ride guidelines, I'd like to draw attention to the fact that this application necessarily isn't about the adjudication of which guidelines are appropriate and not. The built form, as it is today, without the variances, has been agreed to by city staff and at the OLT. The committee is not being asked to determine whether those guidelines are appropriate or are being met. The question being asked is, does the 3 stories, the additional height and density, change anything? What are the built form impacts? And in particular, what changes? I've looked at those responses with you, and I can again speak to those in another minute, but that's what I want to focus on there. With respect to traffic, The applicant also submitted a traffic study. The report recommends no vehicle parking spaces for residents and 14 visitor parking spaces, so parking on site is fairly minimal. Now we'll get back to the variances. So in this particular instance, this is not an instance of a developer who just wants more, but it's an instance of a developer who has gone above and beyond to provide public benefits, the commemoration of the Palace Arms buildings, the affordable units, and the rental units. In today's economic climate, it is increasingly difficult to put together a package of improvements like this. This is the impetus for these changes. We're not seeking to wipe away the original approval. We are making adjustments that are minor and mostly technical in nature. The Planning Act allows for these variances as long as they meet the 4 tests. This is what is being evaluated today. This is not the first time that an applicant has asked for more height, density, or additional units. Additional units is not a bad thing. It is a reflection of the current state of the city, and it is resulting in additional affordable housing supply. Finally, this application does not have any adverse built form impacts on the surrounding area or neighborhoods.
And you also addressed, because there's an issue raised, is that a couple of them argue that whether your request is minor, the increase of units and also increase of heights.
Yeah, so as I said in my original presentation, the additional 3 stories, the changes to the amenity ratio, the changes to the parking or the bicycle parking standards, those are all minor changes.
Adding 4-story to a 14-story, you consider that is minor?
Yes. As do the conclusions of the staff report that was prepared as well.
Okay, thank you.
So in terms of the wind study issue, the gentleman who'd prepared the diagrams, he was mentioning that it's your client who also owns the property across the street that used to be, or that is a former gas station. Is that accurate?
There's a partnership that owns the site to 950 and a separate partnership with similar party, or it's a similar group? Yeah, same applicant.
Okay. Is there a reason why they wouldn't include that proposal in the wind study, or maybe do 2 alternate wind studies, one that meets the technical requirements of the city and then one that considers the developments that are proposed in the area?
I'm sure they'd be open to doing like an additional wind study if that's asked of staff or as a condition.
Okay. So I have some other questions about some other aspects. So the new affordable units, you mentioned 5 new affordable units. Were there any other units? I forget if this was in your covering letter, but are those the only 5 affordable units, or were there others previously committed to?
There's other previously committed to.
And so how many in total?
40.
40. Okay, and for how many years is the commitment?
Bear with me. $40 years.
Okay. And is there any limitation on how many bedrooms?
So the actual Section 37 agreement that I'm looking at sets out the number of bedrooms.
And what about for the 5 additional?
I think that might be in the staff report. I don't have that one in front of me. I just know it's 5.
Yeah,
It's on page 2,
looking
maybe?
at the staff report.
Yeah, if you scroll down, the conditions are on the next page. And that's when the affordable units are stipulated.
Yeah, it just says 5 additional on top of the 35. Okay, and can you speak to the measure of affordability? So, sorry to grill you on this, it's just not every affordable unit is created equal because there's so many different ways of looking at it.
So it's 90% average market rate for the affordability period, which is 40 years.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, and then the amenity space, you said that there's an increase in the absolute size, but it's a decrease in the ratio, and that's why the variance is triggered. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Sorry to grill you so much on the numbers, but do you know what the increase in the absolute size of the amenity space is? Or if you don't know in terms of percentages or square footage, maybe you can speak to qualitatively what's the increase?
All right. So the amount of overall amenity space is proposed to be increased from 728 to 734, with an increase in the indoor amenity space from 250 to 291. And then the outdoor amenity space has gone from 278 to 442. So the reduced amenity space, the outdoor amenity space has been slightly reduced. The indoor has gone up, and the overall has gone up.
Okay, and what's the new amenity space and the new indoor amenity space? Is it just adding on to existing amenities?
No, it's that additional interior amenity space at the rooftop level as well.
Oh, okay, so it's like an additional lounge area on the rooftop.
Exactly.
Okay. The variance that actually, or one of the variances that I'm somewhat concerned with is this change, this conversion of the live-work units to residential on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
What's the rationale of that?
So that's mostly a market-driven decision. These units were always intended to be residential units with that live-work component, but the client's research shows that there's not as much interest these days in the live-work, so now they're just residential.
So the live-work would be more difficult to lease at the same rate as the residential 2 bedrooms.
Exactly. And instead of a live-work, you just have more people living there.
Okay.
So, yeah, any more questions?
Yeah,
I do have a couple, yeah.
I have a couple. So typically when we see these kinds of applications for additional height and density, you put in a wind study. I didn't see a shadow study.
It was in the architectural plans.
Okay. Do we have that, guys? I may have missed it.
I believe
I don't see it.
I don't.
I haven't seen it either.
Is there a shadow study? Because that's what I like. I look for when I see additional height, because I think that's a legitimate issue that needs to be addressed when you're asking for additional height, particularly because to the north, it's a residential community, right? So the south exposure could in fact be affected by it. So if you can draw our attention.
4.4. I thought I'd seen it. It is in the plans. It's in the architectural plans.
Can we, can I indulge staff maybe if we could pull that up, please? Thanks, Phil. I didn't catch it.
Through SPA for. It's 4.01 to 4.04, actually.
So while we're doing that, can you just speak to that? Is there any incremental impact on the neighborhood from a shadow perspective?
So the detailed version is in the planning rationale cover that we provided. That's what I have in front of me that I was looking for. Generally, though, I will say that there are additional impacts to 2 to 4 residential homes that experience portions of shadow on their homes or yards for approximately 1 hour. It's a tall build or quick moving shadow. And it's our opinion that the incremental shadow impacts on the neighborhoods and neighboring streets would be adequately limited per the official plan. And as I said, there's a detailed version of that in the planning rationale provided as well that talks about the specific shadows on each household, how quickly they move off.
Okay, I apologize. I missed that when my review of the application, so that's helpful. The other thing is, when this was approved at the OLT, did it include at that point rooftop amenity space?
Just outdoor.
Yeah, that's what I mean, the rooftop outdoor amenity space. So it had it, so there was an area where residents would be able to go on the rooftop and recreate.
Yes.
Is this basically the same footprint, although just higher?
Yes.
Okay. You showed a graphic of the rooftop amenity space, which looked like it had glass railing around the outside. You know, one of the concerns that I might have would be, you know, not necessarily overlook, but noise and such. Even though it is up high, you are really next to the Niagara community. Can we find that in her presentation? I think in her presentation she had a graphic showing the rooftop amenity. There it is. So is that railing right to the edge of the rooftop?
It is, but that particular corner is King and Strachan. So the Niagara neighborhood is really close by, but this is at kind of the opposite side of where
So what's the treatment on the opposite side of the rooftop amenity?
That's where the interior is.
Oh, so there's no exposure from the rooftop to the northern residential area?
There's like, so if we're able to go to the floor plan for the rooftop amenity level, I can kind of just walk us through it from there.
What I'm getting at is there any impact, either noise or overlook, from the rooftop amenity to the area that's residential surrounding it? I take your point about King and Strachan, that's probably not an issue.
Yeah, so hang on, let's stop there, and then we can just kind of go in a bit. So there's kind of those two side portions where there's the dog run, and then to the north there's more seating areas, but the bulk of the area is concentrated towards that kind of Strachan side and not so much towards the east and the north.
So your contention is that there isn't any negative impact from the rooftop to the north?
No, and bear in mind to the north as well, there's the other mixed-use approval at 111 Strachan.
Sorry, 111 Strachan. So north of this application on Strachan, there is an approved
13-story building.
13-story building?
Yes. If we go to the height map image, it'll show where that one is. That was one of my earlier slides. I think it was slide 3 of my presentation.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just want to confirm that there's
Yeah, so directly
two
to the north
buildings
is-
going in.
Yeah, is a separate application, but another one.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, okay, it's my turn. Okay, I just have one question is that I want to ask about your opinion on the minor, whether it's minor variance, is that you brought it into the context as what's been approved in the area. You consider what you're asking is in line with what the development of the area. But I want to actually, some of the opposition's opinions that is to compare of what is being approved in your particular proposal. So I just try to run through some numbers, and then maybe you can tell me why you still consider it's minor. First of all, you have original 14-story, and you're asking for 4. That increase in terms of percentage is almost 30%. It's 28.6%. But I also think that in my own understanding is that you originally you proposed to have 35 affordable units for 14-story high, and now you have 4-story additional, which is representing 28% of asking whether it's minor or not. But in terms of increase of number of affordable units, you're providing another 5, which representing 14.2% it's half of what, compared to what you're asking, the affordable unit proportion is cut in half. So I just, this is just it's not a number, it's a concept. What I'm trying to say is that when we say judge whether we can give you extra height and extra units, we would like to have the community or at least in overall development, the affordable housing will benefit in proportion. But in this case, it's actually half of what you have proposed. So can you put your argument on this so that to convince me that it is equal? Thank you.
Yeah, again, I'd like to take a step back and kind of look at the suite of public benefits being offered. So we have the commemoration of the Palace Arms here. We have the affordable units, as you mentioned.
No, I'm just focusing on whether it's minor. I'm not trying to say the detail on the merit of affordable housing or what types. I'm just saying that in terms of proportion, whether it's in disproportion.
And then finally, we have the additional 47 rental units that are being proposed here. So yes, only 5 of those units are affordable units, but 47 of these units are rental units that are being provided. And rental units are part of the range of housing needed in this city. And that's what I'll say to that.
Oh, I understand that. I understand that. But my question is focused on the affordable housing because that to me, I take that as more of an incentive to grant you more a space, right? This is only what my observation. Yeah. All right, you have answered, so you agree with my numbers, my observation. Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. So we do not have any more questions now. Do you? We are ready to. Do you have something you want to address the panel?
Just one more quick thing. So the ratio of overall affordable units was maintained. So it was 13% at approval, and it's still 13% now. So that was the basis for that.
No, I understand, but I'm talking about in terms of what I'm looking at is now, that was approved. The previous one is no question. Even though you're requesting an increase in area in story. And then that's just a look at the proportion of the incentive increase. It seems that it has decreased in terms of proportion. Yeah. That's my logic. Maybe it's not everybody can see it, but that's my logic. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
The proportion of overall affordable has stayed the same relative to the building. The number of units in the building, pardon me.
How can it be? I mean, you're increasing the number of units, but you're increasing only 5 affordable housing units. You increase the total number of units. How many more you have now?
It's 5 now, but 40 overall now.
No, the total number of units.
231, I believe.
Yeah, so how can it be remain the same? You have to add another 5 if you remain the same. But anyway, this is, I'm pretty sure my observation is accurate. But yeah, but it's not the same proportion. Yeah. Anyway, so we are in committee now. Yes. Comment? Yeah.
Chair, maybe I'll start off with just some of my observations. One of the comments that I think one of the folks in opposition made, and the term they used, it's just something that resonates with me a lot. I can't remember who it was that specifically mentioned the term canyon effect. The whole idea of, from my understanding of mid-rise structures, is that it avoids the canyon effect. That our high-rise developments be at a human scale. Once you get to a certain level where it exceeds the height, then you're into a canyon effect, which is what we see in downtown Toronto. I find this, and this is not the first time, as I think my colleague, Mr. Clay, had mentioned, We've seen this kind of application come before us a number of times, where we start off with whatever height has been requested. In this case, it was 13 stories height. Then it increases to 14, and now to 18. As the one gentleman who stood up and asked the question about what is minor,
Yes.
this is not minor, and it's after the fact. And there's always this expression that disturbs me, market condition application.
Okay.
I'm going to take the contrasting and opposing viewpoint. I think the point is well taken of market conditions have changed doesn't make something minor or not minor. But I do think it's fair when we ask an applicant, why are you coming back to us now, that they give the truthful answer, and if that truthful answer is market conditions have changed and therefore we want more than we were pushing for before and that we were willing to settle for before, and that's why we're back before you. If that's an honest answer, I don't think that's points against them either. I think it doesn't go in either direction as to whether or not something is minor in terms of the zoning. So I appreciate the honest answer, but it doesn't address the zoning. Whether or not this is minor, well, so the other thing with the canyon effect is I don't think that this building is designed, it's unfortunate we don't have a wind study that contemplates the proposed development around, but from what I understand about how wind operates on a building, this one wouldn't be a canyon effect building because of the way the tower is stepped back from the historical features above the historical level. That causes a wind break where the wind traveling down the building comes into those historical features, and so it actually prevents the canyon effect. So I'm not worried about the canyon effect really. And so then the past decisions, including decisions of the local appeal body, say that minor is not about quantity, it's about effect on the surroundings. And when we have a 11-story building going up directly north of this, buffering the increase in height in terms of shadowing impacts and those sorts of things to the north, and we have another proposal to the west, and you look at this in the context of being downtown Toronto with lots of transportation options. We have the servicing reports saying that it can be met within servicing. We don't have planning opposing it. They're not actively supporting, but they're not opposing. To me, what really is the difference between a 14-story building and an 18-story building here, other than pure numbers? And minor is not about pure numbers, it's about impacts. So to me, the increased density in this location is minor. My area that it might seem small, but to me is not small and is not minor, is this change from live-work units to residential units on the ground floor facing King Street. I think it was not addressed that strongly in the presentation, because if you think about it, so that one, the only reason for changing it was market conditions. That's what they said. It's harder to rent it out. They'll get less rent if it's a live-work than if it's a residential. As a live-work unit on King Street, it could end up just being people's homes. As a residential unit on King Street, it will always be people's homes. And King Street is a main street that we want to animate. As a live-work unit, it sort of goes to, the Jane Jacobs mentality of things need to be able to evolve. If it's a difficult live-work unit to lease out, at least then it might get some marginal uses that are interesting, and it might animate the street in the future. So I'm not going to belabor that anymore, but that's actually the variance that I think is not minor. But the height increase, the density, the rest of it, I find minor.
Okay, Larry, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Larry, and then-
I'll just start by making an observation. We're seeing a number of these top-up proposals and towers right across the city, and they're not surprisingly controversial because neighbors are concerned that the proponent is just simply greedy and asking for more, and I don't think that at all is the case. Council has asked city staff to prepare a report that might help guide us and others in the future with respect to how to deal with these top-ups. We don't have the benefit of that report just yet. So we have to look at this application in its context and its surrounding area. I agree with everything that Phil has said. This is an area where there's an awful lot of development interest and potential. This is on King Street, Strawn, major thoroughfares. The city's avenue study is encouraging more density in and around avenues. So in my view, this is an appropriate location for additional density. I think from my perspective, had this been a condo unit, I probably would have had a different view. The fact that this is purpose-built rental with a significant amount of affordable housing in it is a positive feature, and I think will contribute substantially to this neighborhood, particularly when the original building, the Heritage Building, was in fact rental. The loss of rental accommodation for those who were using that. Had it been condos, I probably would have had a different view. But I think it's mitigated by the fact that this city is in desperate need of rental accommodation. So I think the variances, even though it sounds like 3 additional stories of residential sounds like a lot, I think in the context, I think it is not unreasonable. And as Phil points out, the incremental impact on the neighborhood is really relatively minor. In the amenity space, I was concerned initially that there would be overlook and noise issues with respect to the northerly portion of Strawn and in the Niagara community, and I think I'm satisfied that that is not going to be an impact. So for those reasons, I think it's a supportable application.
Okay, Ryan, you...
One of the comments that struck me from a gentleman who spoke was it's a family neighborhood and it's going to change it to be not a family neighborhood. And I think about when I was young and the history of that neighborhood. South of King Street, it was Massey Harris. 9,000 people worked there until the mid-'80s, I believe. And that neighborhood has been one that's evolving and changing, and like many neighborhoods in the city, will continue to evolve and change. And although I sympathize with the comment and the perception that it's changing the neighborhood too rapidly, I find the merits of the application to be supportable. I do find the impacts on the neighborhood to be minor.
Okay. All right. So my final comment, the reason why I asked those questions that I did is really from the perspective of the community, whether we were challenged, whether they even come to us when they consider these are not minor. And then I just want to remind the community that that's why it is also the panel's judgment whether something comes in front of us is minor or not. We do not declare every application is minor so that they can come in. So my interest is still the same. I thought that if they increase if they settled with the 14-story a couple of years ago, you have to have a good argument to request a 4-story addition. So I just asked for that kind of reason. And I do actually agree with Philip on one point, which is which bothers me a bit is about the affordable units on King Street. Because if you put residential on a major street like that, it's always turn your back from the purpose of King Street. And actually, I was standing on Queen Street west. There was a sign, it's a residential unit, on the window, saying that, stay away from my window, from the residents inside. So I think that is a problem there, that if you put residential unit on Main Street, you basically need your privacy. I can understand that. But the purpose of Main Street is for more public participation. And I do have problem with that, and then the applicant did not actually address that. It's a good idea. Yeah, so I'm waiting for a motion, and then I think overall, some of our members correctly state that the area is not even on the go changing. I think that it's always been changing and unfortunately, there's not like, I think even with family environment, people live in downtown have to adapt, have changed a lot too. You know, no longer live in individual detached or semi-detached or housing anymore. So that, I think that is already a reality. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll put a motion forward to approve, to refuse variances 1 and 2, which have to do with the live-work units, and to approve variances 3 through 11.
And then
Can we have a discussion about that, Phil, if you wouldn't mind?
Yeah, let's have a discussion.
Let's get out.
Because I need to understand what your thinking is on that.
Yeah, so my thinking is these are the units. So there's going to be 2 retail spaces if we look at the, maybe let's pull up the floor plan. Let's find the floor plan for the ground floor. I think it's SPA 102 in the applicant's materials. Okay, and then, yeah, you were just there, scroll back up. Or, no, yeah, you're right. Okay, there. And then zoom in on the King Street frontage. Scroll down so that we have King Street. Okay, so this is the corner. So the bottom left there is the corner with Strawn. And as it is now, there's a retail unit. Then there's the lobby as we go left to right. Then there's a retail unit. And then there's, so this is the proposal. To the right of that retail unit facing onto King Street is just an ordinary 2-bedroom apartment. And then to the right of that 2-bedroom apartment is another 2-bedroom apartment. But in the original plans, those were supposed to be live-work units. And so by removing these 2 variances, those 2 units need to remain live-work units, which permits occupations to be done from those. So it means on the King Street frontage, there still could be, you know, a photography studio, you know, the sorts of things that are in live-work units. Whereas if we grant variances 1 and 2, these will be marketed as apartments only, and lost to King Street will be that half of the frontage of ever being able to be active uses. So that was my rationale.
Yeah, and that's helpful. That's a very thoughtful observation. You know, typically what city staff do is require ground floor retail on these kinds of podiums. And I think you make a really good point that, you know, ground floor residential on a major thoroughfare like King Street may not be in the best interests of the street. So I thank you for that explanation.
Yes.
I think that's a very thoughtful observation, and I will support it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So,
Yeah,
so
I
then,
would support that too, because I experienced that it's actually some hostility. You're standing, waiting for a bus in front of someone's window. They did not like it and asked me to leave. And then they post a sign to say, don't stand in front of my window.
So if you want to move a motion, I'll happily second.
Okay, so I'll move the same motion that I said before, refusing variances 1 and 2, which have to do with the live-work units. And
does that affect any of the other variances, though, with respect to residential GFA?
I don't think there's a GFA, but that's a good question.
Usually, yeah, they will separate it, right?
Maybe we can ask the Secretary
Through you,
Treasurer
Madam
whether
Chair.
those are discrete variances. Am I accurate in that?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't believe it'll, because there's just variance number 3, that's overall gross floor area.
What about
It
amenity
doesn't-
space, the percentage of amenity space, would it, even though it's only 2 units, would
It
it
will
measurably
It would
impact
just get better then, wouldn't
It
it?
will increase, make it better, improve, I mean, yeah.
And then through you, Madam Chair, are there conditions?
Yes, the staff.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Um,
From the staff report.
The only, so it's Metrolinx advisory only. Transportation only commented, planning has a condition, that's what I seem to see.
Through you, Madam Chair.
planning conditions?
There's a planning condition.
Yeah, 2 planning conditions, yeah. So to refuse variances 1 and 2, to approve variances 3 through 11, and to make the application subject to the planning, to the 2 recommended planning conditions.
As well as transportation services.
Transportation.
As well
As
as
one condition.
Service.
I'll second that.
Yeah, and refuse, just let me refuse 1 and 2. Larry, second, all in favor with that motion and condition? 4-1, Mr. Bayek dissent. Approved, thank you very much for coming, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, 4-1, yeah, okay, thank you. So, thank you. Does anyone need a break? Yes?
Sorry.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, let's have 5 minutes break.
Glad I got here on time.
That was a tough one. I always start from the
I then tried to do the calculation quickly because they said that it's the same.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no,
But the thing is, increase another 4 units when it's proportional. Means that about 9 to 10. More rather than just 5 more for 1 story.
Yeah. Oh, that's how you're, yeah, because it depends on if the proportion is to the number of units or the number of stories. And that's what
Either way.
or GFA
But
versus.
you cannot,
Yeah.
the same because 5 over 35 is like, you have to keep the proportion and then increase, right? But then they actually half of that.
Yeah, okay.
That's why I mean the incentive to the community. I always come to the perspective of the community. What do they get if they give out something they
Yeah,
take
then
out?
what do we get back? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So whether it's minor or both, in terms of the physical thing, nothing is minor. Some people consider 15% is not minor. Some people think that 5% is minor. Some people think that 6% is minor.
Sorry, the microphone was on. We've gotten into trouble with that in the past. So it's just, I just turned it off.
Oh, good. Yeah, you always got to remember to do that. Then we won't.
Members, please turn on your videos. Those in person, please have a seat.
Excuse me.
Hello, those that are in person, please have a seat. We're going to get started again.
Yes. All right. Good. The next item is number 3, 110 Cloverly Avenue. This is to construct a new 3-story detached housing, which is a 4-plex with a front covered porch and a front basement walked out, front and rear 2nd-story balconies, front and rear 3rd-story terraces, and a rear basement walkout with terrace, a rear ground floor deck, and a rear staircase to access all levels. Also to construct a new two-story auxiliary building which contain a garden suite. And in the rear yard, in the rear yard of the property, there will be a total of 5 residential dwelling on this lot. And we receive a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan, floor plan, elevations, and also a red line public notice from the agent, and revised zoning notice, 4 photographs of the trees on the property, and cover letter from agent, decisions affecting the property, and a comparable of judgment approval. We also receive report from Urban Forestry and also Metrolinx. We receive support from 10108 Cloverly Avenue, and also oppositions from 112 Cloverly Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online and 1 registered speaker here in person.
Yes. Can we have the agent, please?
Yes, I'm Noam Hazan of address 976 Glenkaren.
Yes.
I'm representing my clients for 110 Cloverly.
Yes.
So
just before you start, I'd like to get some clarification from you because you have made some revisions on your variance, and can you go through those with us, please, before we start? Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd like to do. So so the first revision we've reduced. The first variance we've reduced in terms of the setback. I actually have a list of sort of going through each item.
Go through it in the order of the agenda rather than on the zoning notice, because sometimes they have different numbering. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So if it's okay if we can go through the red line notice, just as you have it up on screen. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah, that's what we have, too, yeah. So.
Okay, so so this variance is related to the side yard setback. It's triggered by the side yard setback on the western side. And what we're doing is we're reducing the encroachment to 1.06 meters from 117.
Yes.
The next variance we've eliminated. We've actually reintroduced a lot more soft landscaping. This was based on discussions with the neighbor at 108, and also from comments from community planning, as well as the comments on the letter of opposition. So we've completely eliminated that.
Oh, that's good.
variant.
That's my question is, instead of giving us a number, you actually meeting the requirement. Okay.
We've actually exceeded the requirement. So instead of 75%, we're at 78.9%.
That's good. So we did it, variance number 2. Okay, thank you. We are ready now. Yeah.
Okay. Shall I keep going through the variances, or how would you like me to proceed?
Do we have oppositions on this?
Yes.
We do. You do have an
Okay.
opposition. We require a brief 5-minute presentation from you. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so just before I do want to kind of address each variances, and we are actually proposing to reduce another one as part of the application or presentation.
Yeah.
But I do want to just kind of state, I used to live in this area. I lived in a 4-plex with 2 young kids. It's an amazing area for purpose-built rentals. There are a lot of purpose-built rentals in this area. It's close to schools, transit, very high walkability rating. And we believe that this proposal is a perfect typology for this type of neighborhood. It ties in with the EHON initiative and also the bylaw amendment 649. So I'm going to go through the variances. Just in summary, we've eliminated 1, so we have 7 variances left. The last 3 variances all relate to a 2-inch overhang of the gutter in the garden suite, which we'll go through. So really, we're really addressing 4 key variances. The first one and the second one we've addressed. In regards to the rear yard softscape, this was difficult to comply. Basically, we needed to provide the appropriate paths of egress from the main building and from the garden suite. We agreed with community planning that all the hardscapes should be permeable. And it should also be noted there's a lot of precedents in the neighborhood that have exceeded this, this variance, namely 15 Eleanor Avenue and 71 Livingston Avenue, which was approved based on just 16% for the original 50%. So there, you know, these are just two examples, but there are other examples of this in the neighborhood. With regards to the fourth variance, in terms of the number of units on the lot. So to maximize the density, we're proposing to include a garden suite at the back of the property. The property is 120 feet deep, and this low structure will sit at the far end. If we go to, if we can just toggle onto the site plan, if that's okay, on A2 or A1. So the one with the Google Maps. You can actually see there's a lot of these ancillary structures in this neighborhood. A lot of them are garages, a lot of them are little work pods. And we think that this actually aligns quite well with the neighborhood. We're also eliminating or removing the existing structure that's there. So that actually opens up the space in front of the building for both properties on either side. It will feel a bit more airy and spacious once we push that structure to the back of the property. If we can just toggle back to item 5 on the list. Okay, so item 5 relates to the side yard setbacks. On the east side, we were proposing to have a 0.35 meter setback, which is a reduction of the previously approved decision of 0.45 meters from a previous hearing. This is hearing A075322TEY. So originally that setback, it's not reflected on this notice, but actually it shouldn't be 1.2 meters. The approved side yard setback is 0.45 on that line. And we are happy to keep it at that and we're not proposing to actually reduce it any further than that. So that's one variance that we're willing to sort of, yeah, exactly that one to eliminate. And on the other side, which is a 0.5 meters from the east lot line. So I want to clarify exactly how that setback really aligns. If we go to A10 of the drawings, you'll see that on the ground floor, we're actually increasing the setback, or we have it at 1.2 meters on the ground floor. If we just go to that. Yeah, if you look at the section, the elevation, you can see we have an overhang, and it's this overhang that is causing that 0.5 meter setback. We discussed this with the neighbor. They're happy for us to have this setback on their side. It actually overhangs over an easement that both properties can access the back by essentially by car or by bicycle. So this doesn't actually interfere with that easement, and it's raised high enough for a car or a small bicycle to pass through. So that one we're hoping to keep, but again, on the ground floor, it's still 1.2 meter setback, and the setback's only impacting from the second floor and up. And this was really to give us the space on the upper floors to have enough space for the larger units that can accommodate families, 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. Finally, the last 3 variances, we can just jump straight to A16. Drawing A16.
So your 5 minutes, your 5 minutes is up. So maybe we can make a summation now. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, just on that last one, A16, you can really see how minor those variances are for the elevation. It's really just the gutters that are going into the 45-degree plane for the garden suite. So you can see really on the corners there of either side, that is where we are in minor variance, where those gutters go into that dashed line. So had the gutters been designed differently, or had we gone in by 2 inches on either side, we wouldn't be triggering those last 3 variances.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
So are we holding our question to him after we hear the oppositions? Yes, we are ready.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Can we just get some clarification? Variance number 1 is being amended. Variance number 2 is being removed. Are there any other variances that require amendment? And that's a question to the applicant.
Yeah, so number 5, instead of 0.35, we're proposing to actually go back to 0.45. which is not a variance because it was previously approved at a previous committee hearing in 2022.
So the new dwelling, including the third-story terrace, will be located 0.45 meters from the side west lot line and 0.5 meters from the side east lot line. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, then we'll call up the speakers for this item.
Okay. Yeah.
So you can come up to the podium if you're here to speak on this item. Just make sure the red light is on, okay? If you can just, sorry, ma'am, if you can move over, sorry, ma'am, if you can move over one on the other side, just so you're in camera. Thank you.
Good morning, committee. My name is George Biscaris, and I'm going to be representing 112 Cloverly Avenue, which is directly west of the subject site. At this property, my grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Kalambaliki, live at this site. I have a couple concerns that I would like to address before any variance is granted. I do strongly oppose this minor variance application, and I will be going through why I think so. So as stated, the minimum side yard requirement setback is 1.2 meters by law, and in the proposal, the new dwelling will be located at 0.35 meters. As the agent stated, I do see now that the new side yard setback will be increased to 0.45 meters. That does help the situation. However, going any closer to this lot line will disturb and expose 112 Cloverly Avenue's wall foundation. This will create additional issues with our property. We are already experiencing water leaks on that side of the property, and it is a very narrow space. So if we would like to do anything in regards to our chimney or anything along the walls of that area between both of those units, it will arise a concern. In addition, the proposed number of dwellings has been changed from 4 to 5. This will increase the number of individuals in the neighborhood, increasing population density, street traffic, and parking demands. We strongly oppose this decision. We would like to have our own privacy on our lot, as this garden suite that will be added towards the property in the back will look over into our backyard, where we have a nurturing garden that we've been having for the last 40 years. So I find that adding all of these new additional rooms to a neighborhood that comprises of single-story units and a very common, relaxed neighborhood, I find it will have a lot of problems, and like I said, it'll reduce privacy for the neighboring properties. It'll cast shadows that we never had in the past, and will block natural sunlight. So I do strongly oppose of that. In addition, the egress windows on the west side of the structure. So as shown in the proposal, the planners would like to install these egress windows. These windows will go directly to the property line. The current foundation is a very flat just piece that is between both lots. Now, adding these egress windows will cut directly into the foundation. So if one wanted to walk through it, it will have an effect on the stability of the structure. So we do oppose of that as well. In addition, if this proposal was to go through, we would like a written warranty for any damage that will go on to 112 Cloverly Avenue. Due to, like I said, the weakness in our foundation and having significant risk of this proposal going through, we would do like a formal agreement from the builders, any construction that has been going on, that they will cover all the costs to any potential damages on our property, thus protecting our property as well.
So basically, this is my father's home, 112 Cloverly Avenue. So 110, the way I see it, this is like a huge mistake actually to have such a big structure like a fourplex. And also at the back, to have like a two-story ancillary building, it's like having basically like two houses. Like, it doesn't make sense in that neighborhood. So this is like mostly a single-story homes there, and it will impact, it will change the whole neighborhood. And the other thing is the parking. You're gonna have like basically like 14 rooms in that house, and so many, especially if it's gonna be renters, coming in, where are they going to park? You know, on Sunday, families come visit their families, you know, there's not enough parking. So I don't know what they're planning on doing there, so that's one of the other issues there.
I also would like to address like the additional 14 bedrooms would increase noise levels, more foot, and like my mother said, more parking demand in the area. And due to being a narrow street, only one side of the road does provide parking. So I don't really see it as a benefit to add additional 14 bedrooms to this area, as it is a very calm and relaxed area.
It seems more like it's going to be like it's like an apartment building, like within single-story homes in that area. It just doesn't make sense for that property to be built there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Any question to this? You finished, right?
Yes, thank you very much.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, can we get your name, full name?
Fortini Biscaris.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any question to this speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, just looking in the audience to see if there's anyone else that wishes to speak to this item. See none. We don't have anyone online, so we can go back to the
agent. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, I do want to address some of the points. They made some valid points, and I'd like to go through them. So I think really the first kind of main concern really is the idea of damaging their property. You know, obviously our clients are going to take adequate insurance to make sure that this doesn't happen. As with any construction project. Again, I do want to stress that the 0.45 was previously approved on a previous hearing. So that we are proposing to eliminate that side variance. Also, this area, you know, there is a point that the neighbor mentioned about sort of this structure coming into the neighborhood and being this apartment building. You know, as of right, this neighborhood has allowed every property to have, you know, traditionally before the new multiplex bylaw came into place, to have 4 units. So there's always been a big push for density on these sites. The height also, as of right, is 11 meters, which is quite high typically. And again, 1 meter more than the multiplex bylaw. So this neighborhood has always had a big push for purpose-built rentals. There are a lot of purpose-built rentals in this neighborhood, and I would also add that the previous committee, you know, minor variance application, you know, would they have got their big custom home, you know, similar footprint to what we're proposing now, you know, they would have, as of right, been able to add a garden suite without having to go to committee based on the new garden suite bylaws. So in terms of like the massing and the kind of impact on the neighboring sites, I don't see, you know, I do think there is a very minor impact, and I don't see that whether it's a fourplex and a garden suite or a custom home and a garden suite, that there is actually any main difference or impact on the surrounding neighborhoods. Again, it's a very walkable site, very close to the LRT, the new Eglinton LRT, you know, which is encouraged in the new EHON initiative to have multiplex and this sort of housing offering. And again, we do think that this is really the perfect location for these type of, neighborhood, rental opportunities for renters in Toronto, and then ultimately it will help, decrease or provide additional rental options for Torontonians. I think that's it. Was there any other? I can't remember if there are any other points. No, again, with regards to any damage on the side, I don't think that's a concern because obviously our client will have adequate insurance when they're constructing.
Okay, so the previous speaker actually had mentioned about some windows on the west side.
I will. Yes, I will
that?
actually. Yeah. So the garden suite, they addressed privacy. I didn't mean to say that. We don't have any windows on the side of the garden suite at all. There is one small window on the front of the garden suite, and there are two windows on the back that look to the back of the property. So in terms of like actual privacy concerns, if you look at page 18 of the document, you'll be able to see, and I guess the other elevations, you'll be able to see that there isn't really anything looking over into the neighboring property from the garden suite. If you keep going. So that's the that's the front elevation. If we go down, there's the front elevation. So there's one window that looks directly back at the property, at the multiplex. If we go to the next page, that's the rear elevation. And then the next two pages are the two side elevations that do not have any windows. If you keep going. Sorry, the previous pages, 16 and 17.
Yeah. Actually, I'm looking at the west elevation of the main house, the multiplex. Is it on the third floor, or this maybe it's called second floor? There's a large window. Yeah, that one. No, the west elevation. I think it's A9. Drawing A9. Oh, yes, this one. You see, on the second floor, you have a large window. Will that have a privacy concern? Because it's high and it's big and it's looking into 112 Cloverly.
I mean, it is significantly in front of the current house. So you have to look at it on plan and see really what the implication is. Okay. But there is only, it is important to note there is only one window on that side of the property. The egress windows that were spoken about, they'll be covered with grills anyway, so they're not really, they're just to provide light to the basement. But considering sort of the size of the building, it's quite, we believe it's quite minor for to have that one single window.
Oh no, I'm just thinking that particular window is high and big. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Any other question? We start our question to you. Okay, Mr. Byers, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering about variance number. Sorry, it's number 4. Sorry, not 4. 3. Did you perhaps speak to this already and I missed it? That's the rear yard, soft landscaping, 50% down to 28%.
Yeah, so we mentioned it. So if we open up the, the rear site plan, there is required access just by code to get into and to escape the main building for pathways. So if we zoom in. Yeah, so if we zoom in on there. So we've really tried to maximize the greenscape, so in the back, on the rear, please. Don't mind zooming into that one. Yeah, in between the two. So we've really, yeah, exactly. So there, so just the way that the rear yard landscaping is calculated, we can't include the area obviously where the garden suite is. And then obviously the walkways that lead towards the garden suite and also the main building need to be paved. Otherwise, tenants will be walking on slushy, ground during the winter, and it's not ideal. So what we have done, in discussions with community planning, is we're proposing to put permeable pavers there, so that there isn't a concern of runoff water. It will absorb some of the water, and also, in fact, the area below, which is kind of shown as, almost like a asphalt where the bikes are. We're also open to having that as permeable pavers as well to really increase the full level of can be absorbed.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up on that? So we understand. We don't have anything from community planning with respect to a condition to that effect. So we would probably want to make a condition along those lines if we were to approve this. But I am interested in this gray area that where the looks like the garbage bins and the bicycles are. Is that currently asphalt?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. It's basically. Oh, sorry. No, where the bins are is where there's a garage right now. So there's almost like a mirrored garage where you see existing garage of the neighbor's property.
Right.
There's almost a mirrored garage on the other side.
Yeah, I noticed that the right-of-way ends right at the garage. So that's your client's property. But what's the treatment of that gray area?
On our property?
Yes.
So right now, where the bins are, there is the garage. They'll be removed up until where the existing garage is right now. That is asphalt, basically.
So, I mean, you're going to be doing some landscaping, so is there any opportunity, you're still light, even though you've got permeable pavers, and we appreciate that, you're still pretty light on landscaping in the rear yard. If you're going to be doing construction, is there any opportunity to pull that asphalt in your backyard and replace it with soft landscaping?
Yeah, I mean, we did speak to community planning about this. We want to have enough of a pathway for bikes, for strollers, for moving the bins. So we can definitely increase softscape slightly. We did want to keep this like gray rectangle, whether it's walkway or asphalt or whatnot, where possible, just so that it could also be a bit more comfortable for the garden suite people to have a little area to sit outside, like a hardscape. So we're kind of seeing it like that. Again, we can, if it's a requirement or request on behalf of the committee to increase it.
I think we're finding that the committee is increasingly being a little bit more strident on these kinds of variances. And if there is an opportunity for you to increase the soft landscaping in the rear yard, we'd appreciate you giving us some revised numbers. Also being a little bit more specific in terms of what portion of the rear yard would be permeable pavers.
Yeah, so anything that says walkway right now will be permeable, and then I guess the area that rectangular box where the bins are, we'd have to figure out a way to increase some softscape.
But you can give us a real number, like if you increase it to like 5% more, like 33, and then you have to give us the area of total area. That will help us if we were considering a decision on this.
Okay, yeah, I think a 5% is a reasonable request. I mean, it's hard to do the calculations while during a live committee, but I think additional 5%.
Okay, so 33%. We can do the calculation later.
I think the agent has to make that calculation.
Oh, yes,
just so that
please.
we don't make an error on his behalf.
Okay, yes. No, you're right, absolutely right. So we give you a couple of minutes to give us a figure of area at 33%.
Additional square. You're looking for the square meter number.
Yes.
Okay, give us a couple of minutes. We'll just work it out and provide you with that information.
Yes. And
thank you.
Any other? Okay. Can you answer some other question while you're doing that, or you have to take?
Sure. Yeah, I have one of my colleagues working out the.
Okay. So it comes to my question is that I do actually have a little bit concern of that large window on the west side because it's tall and it's large. And I think that you do have an overlook to not just the immediate backyard, maybe more backyard. So my suggestion is up to you whether you take my advice, is that to raise the sill height of that window, maybe up to about 3.5 feet, like 1,000 millimeter, then it will prevent you from an overlook, and I think that it will make your neighbors happier.
Okay, yeah, I mean 3.5 is fine. Right now it's at 3 from the
give it a few more inches so that they cannot have an overlook or something. Even though I'm so sure you will have blinds and everything, but I think it's just.
I think that's reasonable.
Screening.
Yes, Mr. Byers.
I was just also going to add, I think in that same vicinity on the third floor, there's a balcony and there's definitely overlook on both sides. So my suggestion would be that we have some privacy screening.
Privacy screen, yeah.
Both, I'm trying to see what directions.
West and east. East and west.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if on the second level, whether that landing there may also be requires some privacy screening, as people may just be out on the back and certainly have overlook on both their neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, I think screening is also beneficial for the future tenants as well. Gives them a little bit more privacy. I'm not opposed to that either. I think that's actually a good suggestion. In terms of the square footage, we are looking at a total of 40 meters squared for the back.
40? Okay.
40, yeah, so from 34 to 40, I believe.
Okay. All right.
And the percentage is what?
33.
33?
33%, yeah.
Yeah, 40.8.
Oh, 40.8, that's good. That we should have it accurate, 40.8 square meter, yes. All right. And do we have more questions to the applicant? No, we do not have any more questions for you now. We are in committee.
Thank you.
Yes. So I can start with just my request for I think that it does make a difference when the sill height is higher. You are blind, and there's a little bit more privacy, and they agree to it, and I'm good. Mr. Byett, yes.
Chair, yeah, I think the main structure, the fourplex, I don't really have any issues, the minor things we've discussed.
Yeah.
I do have a concern about the garden suite, because effectively it looks like a 3-story structure. So it's
Yeah.
tremendous massing in the backyard.
Yeah.
I do take into account the fact that this is a fairly deep lot. I think the agent said something about 120 feet, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got depth.
Mm-hmm.
But, and this is the 5th unit. So one of the variances indicates only 4 units are permissible. We're asking for 5.
Mm-hmm.
And the 5th one, which I will refer to as the garden suite, I think is an overreach, if I may put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little excessive. If there was a single story, because they're not using the rear for parking anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been a single story, more modest structure that may have certainly been more palatable, but I'm having difficulty with the idea of this larger garden suite.
Actually, I did think about it. I do agree with you only because they're proposing two floors, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of the planning, you can still put in everything they have. Is the roof shape? Is the big attic space? Is adding that extra height for the garden suite?
There's no height variance, all right?
Oh, no, this, it has to be 2-story. I mean, garden suite is only 1 story, right?
There's no variance with respect to that.
Yeah, I thought garden suite always.
No, you can have 2-story garden suites.
New 2-story. That's
So
no,
there's no height restriction, and 2 stories are allowed.
oh, all right. So,
And the 45-degree angular planes are really kind of technical because they only have to do with the gutter. So the only real variance to worry about with the garden suite is the 5th unit. And
yeah, I see.
I think it's an interesting point raised by Mr. Byett, but I also found the applicant's argument that if this was a single-family home with the same building envelope, they wouldn't have to apply for that variant. I found that compelling.
Oh, you mean a single-family home, they can have 5 units?
No, they would only, if they only had 1 unit in the main structure, but the main structure was the same building envelope, and they would be able to have that garden suite without a variance. Because the only real variance here is for the 5th unit.
If the fourplex, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cuts the garden.
Because it's a fourplex, it makes it 5 units on the lot. I'll just come out and say it personally. I think that is minor for an area like this that's densifying, but I respect the fact that one could take a different look.
Okay, any more comment or motion?
One more comment that I might
Yeah.
add, and I think this is, one has to consider, for example, the immediate neighbors and the impact on the neighbors, because you are now looking at 5 residences, whereas currently, presumably, they only have 1. So the impact is 5-fold. Yeah, I think that's another consideration. So when it comes to the variance number 4, from going from what is permissible as 4 units to 5, that's something perhaps one might consider.
Yes, I'd like to add a comment on that point, because I agree with you about whether the location is suitable for extra 1 more unit allowed. But don't forget this new permitted number of units is very, very new. It's so new that he's already trying to get more. I just find it a little bit too much to think that it's minor. Because before, probably you are only allowed 2 units, but then the 4-plex is a very new bylaw.
It is a location that's
that justified it, yeah.
less than 500 meters from not 1 but 2 future subway stations.
No,
both
I
the Dufferin
agree, and actually I do.
and the Oakwood.
Yeah, I do agree, and also I do like the design too. Actually, it's pretty good units. This. So, Mr. Clay.
I think the point that I would make is similar to what Phil just mentioned, is that this is an area that is pretty proximate to Eglinton West and the Dufferin line. And, I appreciate that neighbors are uncomfortable with increasing density in the neighborhoods, but, multiplexes are frankly what council is trying to achieve in existing built-up neighborhoods. We are going to see more of these kinds of applications coming forward, given circumstances with respect to the housing market and council's interest in introducing more density into existing established neighborhoods. So I think this meets council's objectives of trying to introduce, this is, again, rental housing, it's not permanent housing, which I think is an appropriate use. I think the variances before us, frankly, are really quite minor. If you go through them individually, I think they are not significant. And, I think with the mitigating measures that we've talked about, I think the neighbor adjacent, some of the concerns can be addressed. So I appreciate the concern, but you can do 2-story garden suites. There is no height restriction. There's no height variance. So I think this is a supportable application.
Good. Mr. Pierce,
I think, at the municipal level, at council, and I believe at the provincial level, according to the legislation, this is desirable development, infill development and increased density. I've looked at the plans, I looked at the landscaping, I looked at the neighborhood and its impacts, and I find it supportable.
Yes. It seems that we might have a motion on floor, but can we go through if we are going to approve the conditions?
Did Phil move a motion?
No, not yet. I want to go through the conditions first so we won't miss. So it's as amended, the first condition is to have a forestry condition 3, right? And also to have the west elevation, west window on the first floor, the sill height is at 1,100 millimeter.
Sorry, I think you said the first floor, but you mean the 3rd floor?
The first floor, the higher floor, yeah. That one is got an overlook problem, I think. And what about the permeable paver? That's
Well, they've amended whichever variance for the rear yard landscaping, right? So
yeah, they have amended that one, yeah.
Well, they amended it, but I think it might also be worth tying or making a condition that the area's indicated walkway will be permeable pavers.
Yes.
That'll be on top of the amendment.
Okay, that's
You mentioned that planning staff had required that, but we don't have any report from planning
Yes,
staff to that.
and that's another condition that Mr. Bayer suggests is to have privacy screen at 1.5 meter east and west edge of the
Balconies.
second and
Second and third floor.
third floor balcony, rear balconies.
Well, so the only rear balcony, I think, is the third floor.
Yeah.
The second,
He did mention the second. There is, if you look on the site plan, there is a little balcony there as a part of the walkout.
Yeah. All right, so the little one is only the west side or both is east and west?
Definitely on the, I think, the east side, but I think if we made it both sides, it will.
It's better, okay.
It'll provide privacy for the tenants as well.
Yes, so, okay, those are the conditions if we were going to approve, so now I need a motion.
okay, sure, I'll move it now that we've discussed those conditions. There are certainly all conditions that I would be happy to include in a motion. So I would move to approve this application as amended, subject to the forestry condition 3, subject to the condition that the balconies on the second and third floor rear balconies have privacy screening to 1.5 meters on the east and west sides, subject to the condition that the third floor west-facing window be to a sill height of
1,100, yeah.
3.5 feet. And subject to the condition that the areas marked on the site plan as being walkways be constructed with permeable pavers.
Okay. And second, Mr. Clay second. All in favor with the conditions and amended agenda. Mr. Bayer, you dissent?
Yes.
Okay, it's 4-1, Mr. Bayer. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. It's approved with conditions and amendments. Yeah, thank you. The next item is item number 4 is 2 Lakeshore Avenue. This is to alter the existing 1.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition and also a complete second-story addition, and also with a new ground floor front and side covered porch and with front and rear stairs. And we have received a survey site plan, 4 plans and elevations, and 2 photographs of the property, and also some email corresponding between the planner and engineering services. We also received comment from engineering services, and we have a long list of support and 33 signature in petition in support of this application.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person that's just making their way up to the podium. We don't have any registered speakers for this item. Not sure if the members need a presentation for this one.
So let me check. And let's have your name and address first for the record.
Good morning. My name is Tyson Snells from 2 Lakeshore Avenue.
Okay. So let me check whether we require, because you do not have any oppositions here.
Thank you.
Okay. No one needs a presentation. We have read through all the material.
Great.
So, shall we go into question if you have questions? They don't even have questions. So, do you have anything specifically you want to address the panel before we move into a decision? Oh, no, you don't want to say anything either? Okay.
Don't poke the bear.
I have one quick question.
Oh, you have, now we have a question.
This is the most letters of support I've ever seen on an application. So what outreach did you do to the community? It might be informative for others.
So the 33 letters of support on the petition were my wife and I actually canvassing the immediate streets to our proposed change and just going around introducing ourselves, saying hello, letting everybody know what we were doing. And the letters of support were actually from a community e-group that was posted about a change for the site, and all of the neighbors who were in support of it sent letters in.
Are you a new owner?
Yes.
You've been waiting on the waiting list for
Well,
some considerable time?
Fortunately, my father-in-law was on the list for 29 years, so I...
That's 29 years wait.
Oh. It seems that you have done an excellent job in terms of moving this project, and then so that's a good job.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we have any more questions? Last chance. Okay.
I'll wave as I pass by my bike now.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, stop by and have a look.
All right, now we are in committee now. No more questions.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Mr. Byatt, can I just have your video turned on? Yes, just for this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Clay.
I'm happy to move this motion. As we pointed out, lots of support, which my experience with the island is actually kind of rare. So you've done a great outreach program. So this is a very minor application, and obviously it will be an improvement to the existing structure. So happy to move a motion to approve. There are no conditions.
Mr. Pearson, second. Business, sorry, second. Mr. Clay, motion, no conditions. Yeah. Okay. Great.
All in favor?
All in favor, approve unanimously. Thank you for coming. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I was just a little slow. Okay. Number 5, we've been withdrawn, and then we move to number 6. Number 6 is 25 Chestnut Park. And this is to alter existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2-story side, east and west side addition, and also to construct the existing rear 3rd floor balcony. We receive a survey site plan, floor plan elevation, 6 photographs of trees of the property, and also a tree protection plan from the agent. We do not have any opposition registered here.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person, and we have one person online speaking an interest.
Oh, we do, okay. So you do have a person who would like to speak, so we require a brief presentation from you. And tell us your name and your address also. Yeah.
My name's Stephen Hunt. I'm principal with Hunt Design Associates. We're the authorized agents and designers of the project.
And your address, please. Yeah.
8966 Woodbine.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we are ready. Yeah.
Thank you. The subject property is zoned RD within the University Rosedale Ward. It's designated neighborhoods in the official plan. Property is part of the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District. It was purchased by the Palmers in September 2023. The home was built in about 1908, went through a number of renovations through its early years. The home is now to be updated with the majority of the improvements focused on the interior spaces. Windows and exterior doors will be replaced throughout. All exterior siding, shakes, and roof shingles will be replaced in the same manner of the original treatment. Towards the back of the home, the Palmers have a desire to embrace the rear garden and southern exposure by adding large windows, which is represented on the renderings in front of you. This will allow the view and natural light to permeate the home's interior. The room across the back of the home was widened, but still respects minimum interior side yard setbacks. And if we could advance to the existing home's floor plans, just to give it context. You can see it's a fairly modest size home. It is 3 levels.
Mm-hmm.
that's a basement. Go to the next slide. Yes. So that's basically the ground floor. And if we skip ahead towards the third level, there is a existing terrace there shown at the top of the screen. So the interior spaces within that floor are being maintained or updated at least, and the terrace is being refurbished. It needs new decking and needs to be restructured. If we go to this new floor plan, the ground floor, just by way of example, you'll see that it's pretty much the same. Those are existing elevations which are in the file. Just skip this along. And there we go. So the back wall, if you could zoom in on the back of the home, would be appreciated. You'll see that there's extensions on the two back rooms, being the kitchen and the solarium space or great room, where we've just added some space towards both side yards, but as I said earlier, we are respecting the side yard setbacks. In fact, we're respecting all zoning requirements, and we find that what we do have to attend to today are some technical requirements. The first, and if we can go back to the site plan, it's a few slides ahead of this one. One more, please. That would be it. Maybe hard to see on the screen. The first is to permit a maximum building length of 17.75 meters, whereas 17 meters is permitted. It should be noted that the existing home has a building length of 17.66 meters already, when measured according to the bylaw. The actual length of the existing building is 16.7 meters. However, the bylaw measures the building length perpendicular to the front lot line and front side yard setback. You can see that the front lot line is askew, and according to the bylaw, the maximum length must also be measured on askew. The bylaw's method of measurement pretty much creates a triangle. The hypotenuse, in this case, is longer than the actual length of the building. The approach is, in measuring it this way, gets worse when you make the building slightly wider, like we did in the back. And it's wider again. The building length increased, not because we went towards the backyard, but because we went to the side yard. The second variance, as you saw earlier, is to permit the maximum area of a platform, in this case the upper terrace, to be a maximum of 34.4 square meters, whereas the bylaw permits maximum area of 4 square meters. As you know, this house predates a lot of the bylaw requirements. So the terrace is actually an existing non-conforming feature that existed, and we are merely requesting permission to update it. In doing our research into the neighborhood, we found it imperative to reach out to neighbors, which we did. We had a couple of meetings with the Rosedale Ratepayers Association, and we're prepared to work closely with Heritage Planning staff in bringing this home to its full completion.
Thank you. Your 5 minutes up. I think you're finished, right? Yeah. Thank you.
I have more, but I'll wait.
Yeah, but we will have questions to you maybe. Yeah. Let's have the speaker, the online.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 27 Chestnut Park Road.
Sheila, you've been unmuted.
Sorry about that. And my name is Sheila Remtula, and I'm at 27 Chestnut Park Road. And I don't really have any submission to make. I have had meetings with our neighbours, and I believe there might have been a misunderstanding. I am merely observing the meeting today. So thank you, the hearing today. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you for coming. Anyway, yeah. So it seems that she doesn't have any concern. And do we have any questions? Yes. Mr. Byatt.
Yeah, just a quick one. The deck on the third floor, the rear deck, since it's being reconstructed, is the overlook issue, are there overlook issues on, I believe, the east and west sides?
I would say that through you, Chair,
Yes.
I would say that the existing deck does not have any screens on the side of it, and nor are we proposing any at this point.
Would you have overlook issues? And that's the question, privacy issues on either side? I haven't heard it being raised, but my question would...
It's fair to say yes. Currently, there's overlook issues.
So privacy screens could help?
Yes.
Thank you. The question, the terrace has been there for a long time, right? Or
It's hard to say which iteration of the renovations brought it forth.
I see.
Sometime, yes, according to the state of it.
Yeah. I actually noticed from your existing drawings that actually the existing one is slightly bigger than what you propose here.
That was one of the points I was going to make, yes.
Okay, no, I observed that. Okay, it's not a question, it's just when I just say that the existing one is actually slightly larger. Okay, any more questions? All right, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll put forward a...
Ms. Bissonnette, yeah, please.
Put forward a motion to approve the requested variances.
Yes, we consider this minor and this... It's just, okay. And
through you, Madam Chair, condition?
I don't, no
conditions?
conditions.
Privacy screening?
I thought you were...
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes.
If you might add a condition that privacy screens be provided on the rooftop deck.
Rooftop the deck, east and west, okay, east.
It's being reconstructed, it's not...
Yeah, 1.5 meters, privacy screen, okay, on the roof deck.
So that's the condition that Mr. Byatt was discussing, and I have no issue with it, but recognizing that it is Mr. Bissonnette's motion, I do...
Yeah, do you want to include...
Is that a condition that you want to put on your motion?
You don't want to?
No.
Yeah, but actually, I want to make a comment since you do not my comment is that because this has been existing for a number, I do not know, he does not know how long, but some time. And it has never caused any issues. And I'm not really too sure that we can, it's necessary. But I think in this, they will put one on if there is a problem.
If they so desire.
Yes, they desire, yes, exactly. So your motion without conditions?
Without conditions.
Okay.
So I'm happy to second the motion because I don't think the privacy screening is necessary, but I also don't think that the screening is detrimental. So it's sort of left to the remaining members. If this motion fails, maybe there'll be a motion with privacy screening.
Yeah. Okay. We have a motion and we have a second, and then let's vote on it. All in favor with that motion? Okay.
I'll vote in favor.
Oh, now, oh no, we twisted his arm. So all in favor, unanimously approve. Thank you. Approve with no conditions. Thank you for coming.
Chair, members of committee.
We are a strong team. Right. So next item is number 7 is 249 Silverthorn Avenue. And this is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition. New front and rear covered verandas with stairs, and front and rear basement walkout, front and rear second-story balconies, and also to construct a 2-story auxiliary building which contains a garden suite, which occupy both levels in the rear of the property. This will be a total of 4 residential dwellings on this lot. We receive a survey site plan, floor plans and elevations, revised site plan, and also 4 photographs of the property, and cover letter from the agent, and correspondence also received from the agent. We received comments from Metrolink and also Urban Forestry. We received one support of the 3 property on Blackthorn Avenue, and also we have 1 letter of interest.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, and we have 3 registered speakers.
Okay. And yeah, by the way, they're asking for 10 variances on this file. Okay.
At this time, I'll unmute the agent.
Yes.
Sal, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members, Committee of Adjustment staff, and attending public. This is Sal Creamy, address 2572 Eglinton Avenue West.
Yeah, you do have some people who are interested to speak on this file. Can you give us a 5-minute presentation then, please? Yeah.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I'd like to apologize for not being there in person today. I feel like this is when I should have been. Young family duties is what prevented me from being there, so again, apologies. Firstly, I'd like to situate where we are, and I think we all know roughly where we are, but again, this is 249 Silverthorn Avenue. It's at a major intersection of Rogers and Caledonia, minor arterials, but nonetheless where this is situated. It's in a midtown area with a high walkability score. What's before you today is a renovation of the existing detached dwelling to construct what was said a 2-story rear addition to facilitate 3 units within the primary dwelling and a detached 2-story garden suite in the rear yard. Property length and dimensions are 112 feet by 25 feet, so quite generous for this area. And what I'd like to do to utilize the time is first discuss the variances before you. Items 1 through 6 respectfully are existing conditions. I'd like to touch on item 6 as I did have discussions with community planning staff, specifically John Homsley, the week of October the 9th, and changes were submitted as such. And we both agreed that the number upon view, 15%, whereas 75% required for front yard landscaping does jump out at you. But it's a unique situation at the front of the house here. The front yard property line is quite close, as it is with a lot of the existing houses. As such, we're limited in what can be provided. That doesn't go to say that it wasn't thought about. The majority of what's proposed new within that front space is the basement walkout, which will have a floor drain at the bottom of it and will absorb majority of the rainfall that falls there. For the remainder, we can see that a new walkway is proposed to access the driveway, and then a reinstating of the existing front walkway, which goes to the sidewalk. Upon discussions, it was agreed that we convert those to permeable paving solutions, which will allow groundwater infiltration to serve the enhancement of the existing soft landscaping, which is on city property. And then if we go back to the variance list, we're really dealing with variances pertaining to the rear yard and the garden suite. Now, the rear yard situation presently is somewhat overbuilt. The current owner acquired the property as it sits today with a number of, we don't know for sure, but legal or illegal structures, which are proposed to be demolished with the proposal before you. So in essence, the rear yard soft landscaping will be enhanced with this proposal. And then the construction of a 2-story garden suite constructed. Now, with this immediate block, my survey resulted that this will be the first 2-story garden suite, but on this side, there are a number of detached ancillary structure 1-story garages, and the footprint that we're proposing at 20 by 20 is in line, if not smaller, than a lot of the existing structures in the rear yard. The 2nd story is added to create a livable space for that garden suite, with it only being 20 by 20. Only a 1-bedroom is being shown there. And we're triggering variances primarily on the sides of the garage with the angular planes. And again, the overall height and the size that it's shown is to create that to be a livable space. Any smaller, you really couldn't utilize a 2nd floor, and it'd be too small for building code requirements for the floor space on the inside to be even approved. And I want to also jump on that point that in not only is the garden suite shown with only one unit, but the remainder of the dwelling units are one unit. And that's what I want to lead into next. I did have the opportunity late, but nonetheless did meet with immediate neighbors. And I was a bit surprised and kind of disappointed. There is strong opposition to this proposal. And a lot of the neighbors, immediate neighbors, actually didn't even want to discuss the proposal with me, but wanted to discuss it today. I had a lot of ideas on how we can mitigate impacts. And I want to expedite time here. And what I think, based on my feedback and listening to the residents, is that, for one, privacy is something both immediate neighbors are concerned with. What I'd like to propose there is a condition imposed by the committee to have both the north and south railings of both the second and first floor, the second floor platform at the rear of the detached house to have a 1.5 meter privacy screen.
Yeah.
In addition,
Your 5 minutes is up. We can deal with the detail afterwards when we come to the question time. But let's listen to the opposition first. Okay. Thank you.
Understood.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, then I look to those that are here in the audience, one by one. If you wish to speak to this item, please come up to the podium. And just push the button so the red light is on, so the microphone works.
It's on.
Thank you.
Morning. My name's Clarence Dussault. My address is 3183 Lednier Terrace in Mississauga, Ontario, but I'm speaking on behalf of the residents at 247 Silverthorn Avenue, the house immediately adjacent to the proposed property.
Okay. All right. Yeah, 5 minutes, yeah, please.
While I won't speak on every variance as a number, I will speak on the entire proposal, as it's going to reflect on the canopy and the very structures in this area. On the property at 247 Silverthorn, there are 3 large mature trees: a Schwedler maple, a Norway spruce, and a blue spruce.
Mm-hmm.
I see nothing in the application that says anything about tree protection, although I'm aware of the Tree Protection Act. Been in forestry for over 30 years and done every aspect of forestry, including working for the City of Toronto some 50 years ago. The Schwedler maple I've measured at 68 centimeters DBH, which would require a 4.2 protection zone, 4.2 meter protection zone. This protection zone will leave approximately 0.3 meters of unprotected area in the driveway of 249, which is the only access to the backyard. One would question how you would get any construction material through 0.3 meters. Tree's been maintained, and in my opinion, is in good health. It's also my opinion that the excavation that will be required to put in the front walkout at the basement will further stress this tree, because the secondary root system, the very fibrous root system that supplies the nourishment to the tree, will be severely damaged. A secondary root system will extend a minimum of 2 feet up to 6 to 8 feet beyond the drip line of the tree, which is basically where the tree protection zone is for that particular tree. To the rear of the house, there's a Norway spruce. The diameter of that tree is 38.54 dBH, requires a zone of 2.4 meters. The tree protection zone will hinder the moving of machinery required to prepare and excavate the proposed plan. The tree protection zone actually touches or goes into the very building, the very structure that he wishes to demolish. I don't know how he can possibly demolish a building that's within a tree protection zone. And again, the excavation in the backyard to dig out the walkout from the basement will again be intrusive to the fibrous root system, causing irreparable damage. To the far rear of the property, where the proposed garden suite is, there's a blue spruce tree, 40.44 dBH, requires a 2.4 meter zone. The excavation needed to build a garden suite will severely harm this tree's primary root system and secondary root system, and also will drastically alter the water table as it pertains to this particular tree. Any of these obstructions to these trees, any of these damage to these trees will absolutely cause their death. I can guarantee you that. Your very own wording is that it should not result in the removal of healthy bylaw protected trees. These are currently healthy bylaw protected trees, and I understand he's not asking to remove them, but I can guarantee you they will be removed as dead trees.
Mm-hmm.
There's 10 variances already applied for this particular property. Clearly, one can see with 10 variances, every piece of this construction has to have a variance in order to go through. Surely we can see that this is not fit for this site. 54 residents have signed a petition against this proposal.
Your 5 minutes up, maybe you can make a quick
summary?
Yeah, summation, yeah.
Okay, I just want to add that watershed flooding is already a big issue in the city. Just look at the DVP. This is only one property in the area. It is going to overtax the infrastructure that has not been replaced in that area in over probably 50 to 70 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only one unit. And as you all have all said, I've sat here and listened. There will be more, there will be more, there will be more. The infrastructure in these old areas of the city cannot take it. I guarantee you they cannot take it.
Thank you. Yes. I just, you have a...
I do. Sorry, sir. Did you mention a 54 signature petition?
Yes, I did, sir. And it was submitted and received.
I'm afraid I don't see it. I'm sorry, sir.
I have one.
No, I appreciate that.
You have it?
I appreciate that it exists.
Mm-hmm.
And it is on the
it supplementary?
application is being received.
We're going to
I say I
give a
have
minute to
54
check.
signatures on a petition, yes.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's under the very late materials because it was received late on October the 21st, and it's presented on the screen.
Oh, okay. And also another added information is just the applicant might address to the three issues, but we did receive supplemental material from Urban Forestry. They have imposed couple of conditions. They have actually responded to this application. That any kind of removal or injury of trees, they will have to get a permit. Yeah. That's what we received.
And I understand that.
Yeah. Okay.
The damage they're going to do to these trees is not damage that's going to happen today.
Your 5 minutes up. I just want to give you that information. Yeah. Any questions, though, to this speaker?
Through you, Madam Chair, then we'll hear from the next speaker that's here in person.
Hi, my name is Claire Andrews, and I'm resident of 241 Silverthorn Avenue. My husband Jim is present with me, and this is the 54 signatures. I personally went around, spoke to the neighborhood, and we are totally opposed to this proposal. This is called gentrification, okay? That's the process where the character of a working class area is changed by wealthy corporation in buying up these property, and in this case, turning them into multi-rental units. So these are taking away the opportunity of someone to purchase a home and raise a family. And the corporation in question is a numbered company that is also owned by businessman Jack Prageris. Also, why would you call this proposal a minor variances / permission? Since the house is over 100 years old, has it been assessed by engineer for structural stability, weight-bearing components, since the proposed plan is for a triplex? What happens if the house is not structurally sound and the need to be torn down? There's a question mark there. Why are they also 3 entrances / exit on the rear of the first floor plan? There's another question mark. Can the city guarantee that there are only going to be 3 units on this proposed plan because they're expecting to enlarge the property? Privacy issue. Why are balconies needed on the 3rd floor? Whereas none exist in our community, this is an outright disgrace for the surrounding neighbors and their entitlement and enjoyment of privacy within their own backyard. There is no guarantee that these balconies will remain as planned should this property be leased or sold. This is not a condo or commercial zoned area. This is a residential community, and these balconies encroach on homeowners' right to their privacy in their own backyard. The garden suite is all of the above. No privacy to neighbors north, south, and even to the rear on Blackthorn. You are cramming all these people on a single family lot. Parking is another issue that the residents of Silverthorn have, and there is no guarantee whatsoever that said renters won't need parking, according to the agent, on an already overcrowded street. The garden suite limits the green space, and also there is no parking allowed whatsoever into the driveway due to fire code regulations. So also that garden suite will create more water issue than there is already, that we are already experiencing, and further contribute to more water runoff. This proposal will be a set precedent for other neighborhoods that will eventually force homeowners to sell and will encourage developers with financial backing to further eliminate and change the demographic of our community and force more people to rent to further their financial goals. If this proposal is about affordable housing, then am I sure the owner of this property, Jack, could accommodate a few more people with garden suite in his own Mississauga backyard than trying to cram units in this middle-class neighborhood. In closing, I'm asking on behalf of our community, 1, back off the garden suite. 2, keep the house as a family home with basement apartment and a 1st and 2nd floor as one family unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question to this speaker? Okay, thank you. Yeah, we move to...
For you, Madam Chair, I'm going to look in the audience again. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on this item? See none. We do have someone virtually, so we'll unmute the owner at 226 Silverthorn Avenue.
Hi, everybody. My name is Aura Torres, and I live at 226 Silverthorn Avenue.
Oh, okay.
I'm joining because I also oppose this proposal, mainly due to the zoning change. This community already has seen several new buildings in the area, laneway building and basement units. So it has been a lot for this small community, which is mainly small families with small children. The community also hasn't seen any improvements in the infrastructures, no new schools, no new transportation. The traffic is already horrendous in the area. So that's my main concern about this new zoning change. Thank you.
Go. So, any question to the speaker? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't quite hear the opening. Was she in support or against the project?
Yeah.
Against the project.
Thank you.
Support.
No, again.
Against.
Sorry, I still could not hear it. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Any one more question?
Through you, Madam Chair, then we can go back to the agent.
Oh, that's all we have. Yes, please, can you address the concerns that raised by the other speakers? Thank you.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Firstly, we'll start with the analysis of the multiple trees on 247 that were brought up by the first speaker. If we look to site plan A00, we'll see that regard was taken to the trees and also the tree protection zones were shown. Staging and scheduling of the different construction activities on the site will allow us to avoid impact on the tree protection zones. The only real issue that we see, and very minor issues, are the front basement walkout stairs, a small corner, which actually the excavation depths at that small corner for frost protection do not have to be beyond 2 feet because SM insulation can be utilized. Other than that, we have the corner of the garden suite foundation, which will impede slightly into the tree protection zone. I did discuss this with the group of owners, not a single owner. So the one resident is ill-informed. It's a group of owners, and they are willing to employ the services of an arborist during the excavation of that trench and pour foundation for the garage, which again is not entirely within the tree protection zone. A small corner of it is, and methods, but like hand digging, can be utilized as to not damage the root system if found to be within that area of excavation. Other issues that were brought up, which I was touching on previously at the end of my initial presentation, are privacy concerns that come up, and I do respect it. And what we thought about having the committee impose as a condition is to add screening on the north and south balconies of the second-story platform at 1.5 meters. Also, to add screening on the windows of the primary dwelling. This would be the rear south windows, the new proposed windows in the new addition. Add screening on those windows as to limit the view into 247. As well, add screening on the second floor window. This would be the east face of the garden suite. Add screening on that entire window, and that could be done, when I say screening on windows, that could be with a privacy film, as to limit both privacy for the occupants of that garden suite and that garden suite looking into adjacent neighbors. Finally, I want to iterate that we're proposing, or what is proposed here, are all one-bedroom units. For the 4 units proposed, they're one-bedroom units. The site cannot, nor will not, handle an egregious amount of occupants. It's going to be limited to 2 adults with possibly a single small children. That's not something that we can put as a condition, nor am I saying on a whim. Just the nature of construction and the size of these units cannot facilitate a high number of people. With that said, I also said where this development is located. It's located in an area served by transit, the St. Clair LRT system, bus routes on Rogers and on Caledonia that connect us to the wider city. Further, Silverthorn Avenue will be getting bike lanes installed this fall that will connect this house to the K. Gardner Belt Trail, as well as the Humber River, Don River, and lakeshore bike paths, as well as the abundance of bike paths installed throughout the city. So it's not ridiculous to think that these units can be inhabited by people without vehicles, nor will they be marketed to people as parking available, because none is available. The driveway cannot legally facilitate parking space widths, nor will a car fit. In closing, the proposal was thoroughly thought about. It's unfortunate that I wasn't, when I met with residents, they didn't want to discuss any of this, because I wanted to make changes to make them happy, but they didn't want to have discussions, and I was a bit disappointed by that. It's not the way this process should go, but ultimately this proposal is in line with current city policies, as well as in line with providing additional housing typologies within an existing midtown area of the city of Toronto.
Thank you. Any question to the applicant? Yes, we do have some question to you.
The screening that you're suggesting could be imposed on windows, can you describe what type of screening you're proposing?
I'm proposing a vinyl film frosting that can get applied to the 3 windows I brought up. If you'd like, I'll reiterate. Those would be the new proposed windows on the south side. So if we look to the south elevation drawing, that's sorry, give me a minute. That's if the computer will cooperate, A08. That would be the first and second floor windows. We do a frosting on those windows so they can't look into the neighboring backyard at 247, and they would also enjoy privacy as well. And then also, I think it would be appropriate to install that same frosting on the east elevation second floor window of the garden suite. So if we look to drawing A05.1 in the revised plans dated October the 9th, sorry, the second floor window there, do a frosting on that window. It's a bedroom, and I don't think it's appropriate for neighbors to look into that bedroom, nor for occupants of that bedroom to look into neighboring properties. It'll still provide an abundance of light, and I think keep both parties happy that way.
Okay, and in the same vein, would you have any concerns with tying to the north and south elevation of that garden suite so that those remain windowless?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I think your ideas around privacy being an issue make sense. And right now, the garden suite doesn't have any windows on the north and south side. Would you be open to a condition that ties to the elevations that show there to be no windows on those sides?
Sorry to make you waste time repeating it. No, I fully agree. For one, those walls are less than 4 feet to the property line. They would require them to be fire-rated windows, and they would just get expensive. So no, you can't tie it to plans. No windows will be installed on those north and side walls of the garden suite.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions to the applicant? Okay, we do not have any more questions for you, so we are in committee now. Okay. All right. Okay. Who wants to start?
I'll say that, and I said this about previous applications before us, that this type of gentle infill and gentle density increase is in line with municipal and provincial priorities. I understand there's impact to neighbors and neighborhoods. We live in an ever-changing and evolving city, so from my perspective, I find this application supportable.
And I want to add that some speakers was saying that they hope that it's going to be just a basement apartment. Just to remind them that the bylaws allow them to have multi-units here, and a garden suite is also permitted. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would mention, I think the concerns about the mature trees make sense, but we do have some forestry conditions to impose, so they will have to apply for those permits.
Yeah, exactly.
have a bit of
permits, yes.
oversight on making sure that they have the tree protection zones. I look at this, and the only variances that, it is a lot of variances, but the variances that are maybe a little more significant are the 45-degree angular plane ones. I appreciate the drawings show them, and I think on balance, if you look at the drawings, they're not too bad. So I think it's supportable.
Yeah. All right. Mr. Byett, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think I had concerns about variances 6 and 7. I think 6 is quite well explained. And 7, I think for 7, what might be appropriate in this particular case is to tie it to the site plan.
Yes.
The site plan provides quite a lot of detail as to the surface treatment that is expected.
Yes.
Relative to the previous application with the garden suite, I think this entire project is a lot more palatable. And, while I take the point about gentrification that one of the folks noted, having one-bedroom units essentially will command certainly a lot more a higher price than currently perhaps or previously was allowed. But I think it will also allow a lot of younger families or younger couples perhaps, families necessarily, but or young individuals to be able to have accommodation. And I think this is a lot more palatable application.
Thank you.
Zahir, you want to tie it to site plan, which I think is a good sense, but I'm looking at the site plan, they actually specify that there's proposed interlock hard landscaping for the walkway, and I wonder if that's what your intent was.
I was bear with me, I was just going to open.
If you call up the site plan, if you pull up the site plan, you'll notice that the walkways are described as proposed interlock hard landscaping, so.
But interlock is not equivalent to a permeable. Maybe we can change that. Yeah.
Well, that's my point. You wanted to tie it to the plans, and I wonder if that was your intent.
Maybe not the hardscaping. Yeah, no, it wasn't my intent. I was looking at more the space that was occupied by what looked like an existing.
Yeah, and they do refer to replacing asphalt with soft landscaping, but maybe you might want to require permeable pavers for the walkways.
And I wonder if perhaps we could get out of committee.
Do you want to get out?
The agent to.
Yeah. Okay, we can get out of committee just for this question to the agent. Can you come back? And we want to suggest that your hard landscaping in the rear yard to be permeable pavers rather than what is labeled as interlocking.
If we can have a brief open discussion, I want to bring up, because I did discuss this matter with the group of owners, because we were discussing, we did update the front walkways to be constructed in permeable pavers. The issue that comes about with permeable pavers is for anybody wearing heeled shoes. Now, you got to look at how those rear walkways are going to be utilized. They're going to be utilized for
I think we are talking about the rear yard, not the front.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the rear. If we look at what units those walkways are going to serve, it's going to serve a high number of occupants of the proposed development, as well as that rear yard area, which is requesting a 9% variance to the required 50%. It's going to be utilized by really all the occupants of the development as the only open space on the site, green space. I see safety concerns, and this is the request and the discussions that were held with the group of owners. It's safety concerns utilizing permeable pavers for anybody wearing heeled shoes. At the front, it's not as much of a concern.
Yes.
So I'm just going to interject here. I have permeable pavers at my house, and quite frankly, it is not an obstruction to wear heels on. And I think your concerns are unfounded, so maybe we can go back and
exactly. And also the thing is interlocking and then permeable pavers. They look and feel exactly the same. It's really to do with the assembly. that allow water permeation, not to do this. You can have the same pavers, but you assembly as a permeable assembly, right? Let's move on. Yeah, we can.
Sorry, just before we go back into committee, though, I did notice that Metrolink's proposed 2 conditions. I know, as a matter of course, we're not imposing the easement condition, but I wonder if the applicant has any thought about the other condition, the warning clause condition.
Did you hear the question?
Thought was given to it. Discussions will be held in advance of a building permit, and any additional steps or measures will be taken after that discussion.
I guess my question is, do you have any position on whether we impose this as a condition or not?
Personally and respectfully, through you, Madam Chair, I don't feel it pertinent to impose the Metrolink's conditions. If we look at the vicinity of where this property is in relation to hard and future infrastructure of Metrolinks or additional agencies, I see it outside of their purview respectfully, so I don't see it pertinent to impose Metrolinks conditions.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, are we in committee? We're ready? Yeah, let's have start our discussion. I want to go back to the permeable pavers. Are we going?
Yes.
If we're going to.
So he's asking for a variance for, so we can impose the
impose, yeah. Okay, rather than just interlocking. Yeah. All right. So.
I think from our discussion, well, personally, I think the variances on the whole are minor, and the development is appropriate for the site, and so I will move to approve it with some of the conditions that we've discussed and have been even suggested by the applicant. Before I do that, just to Madam Secretary Treasurer, the conditions that I am concerned about the wording is this window film. What do you think would be the best way to word that to sort of capture the intention of having it be not opaque but not completely clear?
Translucent. We can say translucent. We do not specify the material or film or whatever.
Yeah, because I'm concerned about specifying vinyl film, and then it has to be exactly vinyl film. So if we just say those windows to be translucent, would that?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and also the question to you also, did you catch all the privacy screen and the frosted
Through you,
glass?
Madam Chair, maybe just very quickly for public record.
Yes.
Urban forestry number 1 and 2.
Yes.
We tied to the site plan with the exception of the rear walkways that should be constructed with permeable pavers.
Yes.
The garden suite north and south elevations, tying it to those 2 elevations for the garden suite.
Mm-hmm.
The second story rear deck, privacy screening on north and south side.
Mm-hmm.
And then the condition for the first and second windows to the rear on the south side and the second story window on the east side. And then, if committee finds fit, to include the warning clause for Metrolinks.
So I won't include the warning clause for Metrolinks. I tend to agree with the applicant's submissions on that it's not pertinent, but the rest of those conditions, as stated by the Secretary Treasurer, are included in my motion.
Okay, we have a motion now to approve with these 2 conditions. So do we have any second to that? Oh, I'm sorry, I heard so 2 hands. Mr. Byett, I give you the chance. Mr. Byett, second, and all in favor with those conditions. Yes, unanimously approved. Thank you. Thank you. So anyone needs a very quick break? Yes, we do. 5 minutes break. Yeah, thank you.
What did he say? I know. Okay, buddy. How long have you been on the committee of adjustments?
It's my second term.
Second term, okay.
Anybody?
Yeah.
I think COVID killed that. COVID killed that.
No, I think climate change. I think climate change because there's
I know.
So look, when I started, maybe they'll get used to it. Well,
What are we at, 8?
it's 8. Drink quick.
Okay, no presentation. Okay, we have now item number 9, 26 GLENORA Avenue. This is to alter the existing two-story, two-unit detached dwelling by constructing a front second-story addition and as well as a second-story cantilever addition. What?
Everybody's laptops are muted. Yes?
Okay, so I can continue, right? The two, the two existing residential dwelling will be maintained. And we have received a survey site plans, floor plan and elevations, and 4 photographs of the subject property. We haven't received any opposition.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. Not sure if the members need a presentation.
No.
Will I mute the agent at this time?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and panel members. My name is Sohrab Ibrahim. I'm the agent and architect in charge of this project. Our address is 33 Lanark Avenue.
Yes, it seems that it's a pretty straightforward application, and our panel.
I think we're just getting a bit of feedback, but it could be on their end, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Can you turn off your device for us so we can hear? Okay.
Yeah, so it's pretty straightforward application. We are proposing to use the front porch on the second floor.
We don't. Can you just hold on a sec? Because I want to. Our panel does not require presentation from you. We have.
Sure.
Can you turn off other device from your end, because we hear a lot of echoes or feedback. Yeah. Oh, all right. Yes. All right. We do not require a. This is from my device, but because I already turned the device off.
Oh, your microphone's off.
Yeah, it's off already. Yeah. Right? Okay. Where am I? So we do not require. Let me check whether we have questions for you. Okay. We do have a question for you. Yeah.
Just one quick one, Chair, if I may ask. I'm just looking at your diagram, your rendition actually on A10. There's a rear balcony that appears to have oversight. Sorry. Privacy issues?
It is the feedback of the applicant. Let's mute him. Let's ask the question,
Sorry,
and then we can unmute, okay? Okay, Mr. Bayat, you can ask your question, and then we'll unmute the agent.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the rear, you've got a balcony, and I believe it might be the south and north sides that may require privacy screening on that balcony. Agent?
Yeah, this is the existing 3D model. So any areas that you see in orange are the areas that we are going to propose the changes. So this is existing, actually. What we're proposing is to build the balcony in the back, actually.
Oh, the balcony in the back, if that's going to be new.
Yeah.
So the east,
the
south and north sides, can we have privacy screening for your neighbor's privacy?
There will be no balconies anymore here. So if you scroll down, this is what you're seeing on the screen is the existing. If you scroll down, and 2 more sheets. Yeah, here you see the bedroom on the left side is basically we are using the existing balcony and expanding the bedroom number 3.
Could staff scroll down maybe to 820, which I think shows it in the same sort of axiometric?
Okay, right.
So it eliminates, yes, I can see it, yeah.
Good. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so any more questions? Yeah. Okay, we do not have any more questions for you, so you do have.
No, I was just going to go into a motion.
Oh, okay, now we are in a committee, we can committee now. If we have a motion, please go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, these are two very small variances to enable this development, and therefore I believe they're minor, and I move to approve.
There's no conditions either, right? Are we, Mr. Abaya, second, approve with no conditions, all in favor? Unanimously approved, thank you. Thank you very much, it's approved, yeah. So we move to item number 10, okay, number 10 is 577 Yonge Street. This is to permit the following uses within the existing 4-story non-residential building: a nightclub use within the basement, and an eating establishment on the ground floor, and retail store on the second floor, and place of worship use on the 3rd floor, and recreation use on the 4th floor. On this, we have received a survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevations, and 3 photographs of the property, and also a cover letter from the agent and presentation material from the agent. We received comment from Heritage Preservation, and we also received 1 letter of opposition from 579 Yonge Street.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online and 1 registered speaker in opposition.
Yes.
Hi, it's Benjamin Larson. I'm a partner at Elevate, address 15 Gervais Drive, Toronto, and I'm the applicant for the application.
Okay, you do have 1 opposition want to speak. Can we have a 5-minute presentation from you, please?
Sure. If you can go to the cover page of my presentation, and I put figure references in the bottom left corner, so if you go to the cover page, 1 back. This shows the existing building on the site. The purpose of this application, the owner owns this 4-story non-res building in downtown Toronto. It's on Yonge Street. And they're proposing to, I guess, introduce some new tenancies within it, and that triggers 3 variances. There are no changes to the build form. Figure 1, please, the next page. It's a touched upon process. We met with city planning in advance of this hearing. They have not submitted a communication because they have no issues or conditions to impose. We emailed City Heritage staff because it's in the historic Yonge HCD. They provided a communication indicating no issues. For context, this shows an air photo of the site's area. It's downtown. There are varying degrees of intensification and building types around it. There's varying types of uses, from bars to pubs, restaurants, recreation uses, nightclubs, adult entertainment, retail uses. It's really an eclectic mix, as it is downtown. Figure 2, please. This will show a street profile just of Yonge immediately around the site. We've called out all the uses. Again, it's an eclectic mix of uses and scales. And for example, the top right photo, this is the base of a contemporary high-rise building where there is permission to allow for over 36,000 square feet of non-residential GFA. So again, it's quite mixed. Figure 3, please. This shows a survey and then an air photo of the site. The 4-story building generally occupies the entire property. Behind it, at the top of the image, is an existing apartment building. Next slide, please. This is just a view looking south towards the public lane, just to show that interface. There is an 11-meter gap between the back of the building and this apartment, and the intervening area between there includes a parking ramp, staircase, public lane, above-grade parking structure. So these help in buffering the existing building from that apartment to behind it. Next page, please. I'll just go floor by floor on the building with the tenancies. This slide will show the basement plan on the left view. You can't see it in the photo because it's completely underground. This is where the nightclub or karaoke bar will be located. Page 2, please, or next slide, please. This is the ground floor where there's eating establishments at the front that exist today. And then at the back of the ground floor will be another eating establishment, which you can't see, and that's proposed. Next slide, please. This will show the second floor where a retail use is actually permitted through a zoning certificate. Next slide, please, for third floor. This will show the third floor where a place of assembly is proposed. Next slide, please, for the fourth floor. And finally, this is the fourth floor where the recreation use is proposed. Next slide, please. So just to sum up in terms of the variances, there are 3 in total. The first variance relates to the IFA exceedance. And I just want to make the point that minor isn't only based on the numerical exceedance, but must consider if other planning objectives are met, such as being contextually appropriate. As I mentioned before, there were a variety of eclectic non-res uses in the vicinity. They vary in scale. And with all this in mind, the exceedance is appropriate for the context that this site finds itself within. Regarding variance 2, allowing for a nightclub or karaoke within the C2 density, in my opinion, it's an appropriate location given the context. There are a variety of non-res uses in the vicinity, and specifically, I observed within C2 times density, adult entertainment, karaoke bars, pubs, restaurant bars. In fact, I actually saw a bar within a residential zone in the vicinity. So the proposed uses aren't starting anything new. They just will simply fit well within the diversified array of uses that exist in this downtown location. And finally, the third variance relates to the nightclub being in the basement, whereas actually the requirement is for it to be on the ground floor. This is minor. This is appropriate because, in my opinion, the basement is a good location for this type of use. It's completely underground. There's no windows facing the exterior property line. So in my opinion, it is actually a desirable location to put this. So overall, regarding the 4 tests, it's minor. When you appreciate the context, it's desirable by making use of this attractive Main Street building. It's permitted generally by the mixed-use areas designation in the OP, and it generally meets the intent of the non-res uses that are permitted in this commercial residential CR zone in a manner that's in line with what exists in the context of the site. And that sums up my presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps we will hold our question to you until we hear the opposition. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 579 Yonge Street.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, tell us your name, first and last name and your address, please. Yeah. Hello.
Hello, Mike. Can you hear us?
Through you, Madam Chair, we've lost Mike, so I'll try and call them.
Okay. Any luck?
Mike, you've been unmuted.
To send this message now, press pound or hang up. To leave a callback number, press...
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've made attempts, obviously. You do have the correspondence in opposition from Mike in your packages that you would have reviewed.
Yes.
So perhaps maybe we can proceed.
Yes. So maybe we can proceed with some question to the applicant. I do have one very quick one. Is the applicant online now? Okay. My question is that your proposed uses and even the location of those uses are very specific. I just want to know whether if you change any of that, do you have to come back to committee? Oh, we don't have him either. Oh, now Mike is back on?
Try Mike one more time.
Okay.
Oh, can somebody unmute me?
Hi, Mike. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
God, what an experience I'm going through today. Yes, I can finally hear you. Like, God.
Oh dear. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we are ready. Yes.
You know, I just want to say, I don't want to take up too much time, but I spent a whole hour trying to use this WebEx, and it's just a nightmare. And even now, I've been watching your whole program here, and now there's an echo. I've been watching your whole program here, and at the last minute, when my turn came up to talk, nobody unmuted me. And then I lost
through
the
you,
whole
Madam
thing.
Chair. Let's get to the proceedings of this item. So, Mike, please, first and last name, address, and then you have 5 minutes to voice your concerns.
All right, Mike Domovich, and it's.
We can start the clock again. Yes. Okay.
I own the building next door at 579 Yonge Street. Okay. So can I ask, when is a good time to ask a couple of questions from the applicant? Just very minor questions.
You can
Short
ask,
questions.
and then he will have a chance to address your questions. You can ask now if you want.
Yeah, I would just like to know, what is the intended use for the place of assembly?
Okay.
What is actually going to be put there?
Okay. All right. This is the first question. You said you have two questions. Can you ask the second one now?
Yeah. On the fourth floor, it's a recreational use. Specifically, what kind of recreational use?
Okay.
And also, my timer should be set back to 0.
Okay.
Mike, please continue.
Yes.
Thank you.
I asked a couple of questions, right?
That's part of your presentation. Please continue.
Oh, okay. All right. What a nightmare. Okay, first of all, going from 400 square meters for 3 uses to 929 square meters is not a minor variance. It's like more than double, so it's not minor. I'm going to have to try to talk fast here. Also, the zone labeled for the nightclub use is going from 2 times density to 4 times density. That's, again, is not minor. So with 2 very big items here that are not minor, I think the applicant should be required to do a zoning bylaw amendment rather than a minor variance. We are very concerned about the nightclub use here. The area is not suitable for nightclubs. The zoning bylaw allows nightclub uses further south and further into downtown, and it should not be changed. This area is not suitable for that because, first of all, we're very concerned about loud noise that will bother my tenants and also the tenants of the apartment building at 15 Dundonald, which is only 36 feet away, and which is a 22-story building. It's a large building. Also, the alleged karaoke use is not guaranteed. The use is not restricted due to, it's not restricted to karaoke. The bylaw change is not going to be restricted. It's not going to say karaoke only. In the future, it could be another type of nightclub, like a rock and roll, very loud nightclub with much louder music. Also, we're saying that this this proposal underuses the lot. This site is suitable for a 75-story building. We have plans for a 75-story building. So these changes will make that use impossible. And it's contrary to what the Ontario government wants, more housing fast. And we could build a 75-story building here, but we're prevented from doing that because of what's planned to be done here. I want to also say that if you do decide to allow a nightclub here, we are okay in that case that it would be in the basement. It would be less annoying to us. But of course, we oppose a nightclub, very much oppose a nightclub. Also, on the fourth level, there should be some protection because I don't know what's going there. I've asked what's going there, but it seems it could be like an exercise place or something like that. So, the roof should be enclosed because we've had problems from that building, people throwing garbage onto our roof, which is lower. I'd be concerned of somebody falling off their roof onto my roof. I would request if this is approved, which we object to, but if it does get approved, there should be a requirement to put a high fence around the whole perimeter of the fourth floor. And what I mean by high is a 6-foot fence. And that's all for now.
Thank you. Yeah. Any question to this? Yes, we have a couple of questions for you. Don't go
Can I
away.
just ask, sir, your building, are your clients or tenants commercial or residential?
No, there's no residential. I mean, the building actually is 84% vacant right now. But a loud noise could, it's been extremely hard to find tenants ever since COVID. It's very hard to get tenants. And,
but you're zoned commercial, right?
Yeah.
So there's no residential.
No, there's no res.
Okay.
No, and we don't.
That's
and
good.
We don't want
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Okay, we have another question. Yeah, Mike?
My question was just going to be asked what his tenants were, so I think that's been addressed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So,
For you, Madam Chair, then we'll hear back from the agent.
yeah, it's, yeah.
Hi there. Thanks for the input. Just to answer the chair's question, the variances don't restrict where these locations are. And then moving on to the first line of questions about the recreation use and place of assembly, those are just zoning terms from the zoning bylaw. That's how it's written from the city zoning bylaw. And then if you look into them, they have definitions of what each use is. Regarding recreation use, that would be a gym type use. In the vicinity, there are Pilates, fitness, dance, Muay Thai. That's the kind of use it would be, one of those type of uses. Regarding place of assembly, that's more of a meeting place, banquet hall. If somebody has an event, a talking event, or a meetup with professionals, they can rent the room and then do that type of use. Those are good uses to have if you have public meetings and so forth. It's just a meeting space, and it's good to have in the non-res stock, I think, within an area. Regarding the actual concerns raised by Mike, regarding it not being minor, I touched upon it in my presentation. It's not just a numerical exceedance. You got to look at the context that the site finds itself within. There's an eclectic mix of non-res uses, and within this context, I think that it is minor. Regarding it not being an appropriate location, I gave several examples of other similar type of nightclub or bar type uses that are within the C2 times density. And also to clarify, this is in the downtown. It's actually in Toronto's preeminent urban growth center. Just to clarify that point, it's in close proximity to transit, and it's a pretty ideal location for these types of uses. Regarding compatibility, I think it mitigates potential impacts. The karaoke use is proposed in the basement. There's no windows. It's actually required to be at grade, but it's in the basement. But for that reason, I think it will be a compatible place to have that type of use. I touched upon the apartment building behind the site. There is spatial separation. There's a public lane, a garage ramp, a raised staircase, and then the karaoke has no windows or proposed patio facing that residential apartment. So I don't think there'll be any compatibility problems. Regarding the highest and best use, I agree the plan context in this area is supportive of high density. However, by approving these variances, it doesn't sterilize the site. It just makes it a viable commercial property in the meantime that can be tenanted. Mike made the point that it's difficult to find tenancies, so you do need this kind of flexibility so these types of properties can continue to have non-residential tenancies that are viable in the meantime. So again, it doesn't prohibit it, it just makes it viable in the meantime should a development scenario materialize in the future. And also in his written submission, there was a criticism about unsafe location with the nightclub in the basement. I just want to make the point, as we all know, this has to get reviewed by buildings. They will review it against the OBC. And this also relates to the unsafe criticism on the rooftop. If it's not, it would have to comply with the OBC requirements in order to be approved for permit. So that will be reviewed at due time. And I personally have been to karaoke bars in the basement and on second floors, so I don't think this will be the first one to do this type of use. And I want to make the point that this is a very nice Main Street building and actually does benefit from an elevator within it, so that will help with the accessibility issues he raised. And finally, city planning obviously has no objection. We've met with them and they've written no objection or have any conditions to oppose on this application. That sums it up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I have one quick question. It's just an information question. It's what you have proposed, it seems to be quite specific, including the location of different uses. I just wonder whether if you change any of these intentions, do you have to come back to a committee adjustment for the change? Or?
No, the way the variance is written, if something changes level, we will not have to go back to the committee.
Oh, okay. That's my question. Okay, we have more questions, please.
So it was helpful describing the uses for the recreational use and the place of assembly. But do you have any tenants lined up for them, or is this just an exercise to try to find tenants for those types of uses?
So I'm an interim planner. I don't really deal with the tenancies or the real estate angle of it. But in speaking with the owner, they've had interest from these types of uses, and it really does just afford flexibility, and it continues to make this a viable non-res operation within the portfolio.
Okay, and the karaoke bar as well, is that just a proposed, or do they have an operator for that?
That one is, that's actually part of the reason we're here. They submitted for, I guess, permit, and then it came back with the zoning deficiencies. So that is something that is going to materialize more quickly than some of the other uses.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. We don't have any more questions. We are in committee now, right? Okay, who wants to start?
Yeah, I mean, this is located next door to what used to be the gasworks. And this is a famous strip of activity and entertainment. I think it's a desirable use of the building. It's a good example of adapted reuse of a heritage building. Mm-hmm. And I think that if you take into consideration the neighborhood, the activities and the use, it's a desirable and application that I find supportable.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to say if there isn't a nightclub use permitted here, it's hard to imagine where in Toronto there would be one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I find it supportable, and the commercial use next door on Google Maps, you can see that it's presently a cannabis store. I just have a difficulty seeing this negatively impacting that use.
Yes, that's true. But actually, I'm quite impressed by the collection.
They'd be symbiotic, wouldn't
Yeah, yeah, by the collection of different commercial uses. So it almost covers the whole spectrum. Okay, and do we have a motion or more comments?
Yeah, I'll put forward a motion to support the requested variances.
With no conditions.
No conditions.
And second, Mr. Goss, second, all in favor with no condition, unanimously approved. Thank you very much, it's approved. Okay, the next item is item 11 is is 76 Garnet Avenue. This is to alter the existing two-story detached as a duplex by constructing a front basement walkout and a front covered porch and a rear ground floor deck and a rear two-story addition. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling on this lot. We also receive survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and a red line notice from the agent, and also red line public notice, a zoning notice, and also a public notice from the agent, and 4 photographs of the property and cover letter from the agent. We received comment from transportation services and also community planning and also urban forestry. We received a number of addresses in support, and also 1 letter of support in including 78 Garnet Avenue. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Yes.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nick Allen from Replacement Design, speaking on behalf of the homeowners. My address is 160 The Westway, Unit 16D, Etobicoke.
Yes. Before we start, we noticed we receive also your revisions on some of your variances. Can you please go through them with us? And according to the agenda, the items listed on our agenda, then we can document the revisions, please.
Yeah, for sure. I think otherwise the application is fairly straightforward. We did receive some comments from community planning, so made updates to the drawings based on their feedback. Their comments were outlined in a cover letter provided. So I think there is a summary there of kind of the exchange and the steps taken to address their concerns. I'll give a kind of a quick summary of that. They reached out and had some concerns regarding landscaping in the backyard, as well as the design of the front walkout. So there should be a copy of revised plans in the folder that depict the changes that have been made. Soft landscaping was added to the backyard, and the front walkout was redesigned.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. What we need is that if you go through the list and tell us exactly what the numbers have been changed.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies, I misunderstood. Yeah, let me just pull that up. Yeah, so on the red line public notice, the landscaping in the backyard has been increased to 13% or 12.5 square meters.
Yes.
In the front yard, the landscaping has been reduced from
number 5. Number 5.
Number
right?
5.
Okay.
Yep. Has been reduced from 44.12% required to 5 and 9.095 square meters required to 5.05 square meters required. And number 6.
Excuse me, can you repeat that one? Because this, the percentage, what is the percentage you increased to?
61%.
Yeah, that I will go back to it, but I think that is some kind of error here. Number 5, and so is, okay, go to the number 6 then, yeah.
Yeah, number 6 was reduced from 61.24%, 6.28 meters squared. Was reduced to 13.52% or 1.1 square meters.
Okay, so I have question of number 5.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
If they're making, if it's reducing,
Yeah,
it's
that's
making
one
the
of my
situation worse, and we didn't give proper notification.
Yeah. That is the automatic deferral.
So we can't make these changes on the floor of the hearing because we're actually
that's
reducing the percentage of.
Number
is there
6
any
is,
is there any possibility to discuss this, or is it just an automatic
actually
deferral?
my comment is this: the Deputy Secretary Treasurer is correct. We can make improvement, but we cannot make the changes will increase the impact, which number 6 has. And number 5, if you go back and review it, the figures do not add up, because if it's 50%, it's 10 meter already, 10.26. You increase to 61, suddenly it's 5 square meters. So I think you have to work this thing correctly. And then number 6 is actually make the key decision for us that you cannot come back with a worse variance. You can improve your variance, but not make it worse. Is that how right? That's our understanding. So maybe I would suggest to have a deferral and then until you get this thing done. And also, because number 6 has to be redistributed to the public to know that it is worse. Yeah.
Okay, so is there a motion on the floor for deferral?
Mr. Byard, yes.
Move that. Thank you, Chair.
Is anyone second for the deferral? Yeah, Mr. Bissonnette, second for deferral. All in favor for deferral? Yes. And yeah, please go back and work out your variances, and then we can come back to this panel here.
Yeah, and also the deferral reason is to give proper notice of the variance that they're intending to increase.
Yes, okay, yeah. Okay, all defer, all in favor, yeah. Okay, now we are, item number 12 is 355 Atlas Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached by constructing a rear covered ground floor deck and to convert the existing 1-story auxiliary building, which is a garage, into a garden suite. There will be a total of 2 residential units on this lot. And we have received survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, revised site plan, and also red line public notice, and 3 photographs of the property and cover letter from the agent, and we received a comment from Urban Forestry.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right.
Members, I'm Paige Raisha, for 355 Atlas Avenue. My address is 222 The Esplanade, Toronto, Ontario, M5A 4M8.
Yeah, thank you. You also have made some kind of revision on your variances. Can you just go through that carefully with us, and then we can record it? Thank you.
So planning staff provided comments on the soft landscaping to increase it from 37.83 to 40%. And we agreed to do that by reducing the deck stairs, the width of the deck stairs.
So thank you. Also, the question is, your revised plan reflect this change?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all we need. Since you do not have opposition, I see whether we require a presentation from you.
No.
No, we do not require a presentation. Any questions, please? We do not have any questions either. So do you have anything you want to address the panel before we move into a decision?
No.
No? Okay, now we are in, okay, Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application. This is simply a conversion of the existing rear garage into a garden suite, keeping it at 1 story. No incremental impact on any of the neighbors, I don't believe. I think just looking at the site plan, there isn't really much opportunity to increase the landscaping beyond the changes that they made. And I do note that there is a rear wooden deck which would allow water to permeate through and into the ground below. So I think this is a fairly straightforward. The variances are really quite minor. And I'll move approval subject to forestry condition number 3.
And it's amended.
Amended application,
yeah.
pardon me,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mr. Bissonnette, a second. All in favor with amended and forestry? Yeah, all in favor, unanimously approved with condition. Thank you. Number 13 is 55 Lakeshore Boulevard East. This is to permit the reduction of residential parking spaces and types and residential amenities space provided and the tower heights to 85, 78, and 70-story buildings. Currently, under review of a site-specific bylaw, there will be a total of 2,640 residential dwelling units with 188 affordable units with the block. And we receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, for photograph of the property, and a cover letter from the agent, and the site-specific bylaw for the subject property. And we receive comment from transportation engineering and also advisory staff report from Metrolink. And welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Adam Brown. I'm the lawyer for the applicant. I'm joined by Sean Brown, who's co-counsel on the file. This file started back in 2016. I was looking back when we started the application, was approved, and then with the market changes, what we've done with the proposal is made it so it could be phased. Originally, you had to be proceeding with all three buildings on a massive podium. And so what we've done in some of the designs we've submitted in our presentation is we've revised that podium, cut up the buildings so they could go in three separate phases. What it also has done, it's reduced, actually I'm here for reduction in height of the towers, reduction in the overall GFA, which is why you see the variances changing some of those ratios. And I've reduced the amenity space on top of that massive podium, but in turn, we're going to have at-ground space and walkways through. This has gone through extensive meetings with planning staff, urban design staff, heritage staff, and one of the other changes we've made is a much better treatment of the heritage building that previously was going to not be as prominent as it will be now, the facades that are being maintained. Before I take you just through the slides, which explain what I just explained to you, the list of variances that were just put up, the reason for the changes in 1 and 2 and adding maps 3A and B, the way the variances were worded, it would have allowed me to build the new envelopes anywhere outside of the previous maps. And so what we've done is made it tighter to restrict it, because we have a deal with Redpath. So when we do our noise and odor, we have to have very specific locations for the buildings. And the same thing for the heights. The way it read before, it didn't tie me to the heights other than saying I could be outside of those previous height envelopes. And as you've seen, my height maps, I'm actually lower. So we did that in consultation with our friends at Redpath. And with that in hand, the only other thing to show you is I think our slides should be there. The ones that look like this are presentation slides. Yeah, that's perfect. So if you go to the next one. So the one on the left is the approved. The one on the right is the proposed. So what you could see is the approved had those buildings, the towers, the way they're shown. And I outlined the yellow just so you could see where the heritage facades are. And what you'll see is on the right side, we've pulled the buildings away from being over there. Also, it allows us to have, there's a school and a daycare facility. So it's a much better delineation of that. It works for a number of reasons much better. If you go to the next slide, now you'll see, I didn't give you the before, but basically those buildings used to be on top of the heritage and now they're pushed back. So it's a better design, which also creates pass-throughs and takes away the monolithic podium that we used to have. And then the next one's renderings are sort of early renderings of what you'll see looking through. And again, showing the open space on the ground, which we didn't have previously. We also previously were hoping we'd have a retail tenant that would be a big retail tenant. We don't have that anymore in this marketplace, so it's responded to a number of things, including the phasing. And the rest of the slides were the variances, which we already showed you that list. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I have a quick one, though. Previously, the minimum of non-residential area is larger, right? So you reduce it. So the net, the balance of it, you make it into residential? Is it compared to the?
We didn't. We actually brought the residential down to. So our overall GFA for residential is reduced. Our overall unit count is reduced. Our overall height. What we're finding now in terms of the financeability, if that's such a term, of these developments. It used to be I was always here going more and more and more. There is a certain height and density that all of a sudden the engineering and cost of those extra floors and built form is making it challenging. So, it's not going to be the case when you're under, I'm going to give you an arbitrary number, but the engineers tell me around 61 to 63. So you can still get the efficiencies, and a lot of people are trying to make it efficient and deal with it. But no, we actually have less overall GFA.
I never heard of that. Okay, thank you.
I was going to say, don't hold me to it. I'm 99.9% here seeking more. I'm seeking less
that's
height.
why I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah.
That's why I asked whether you make those area into something else.
Open space.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. That was actually really helpful. I thought the material was really helpful and good presentation.
Sean Brown, he did it.
There you go.
Okay.
And my observation from this is really that it actually improves the school and the daycare use, right?
Tremendously.
That's what I really took out of this, is that this reconfiguration is going to really support what you're trying to do with the public institution.
Better pickup, drop off,
Right.
way better than it was.
Right, right. So personally, I think this is an excellent proposal. I mean, sad to see the loss of rental, but I guess we now know where the sweet spot is in terms
Yeah, you still might get rental here. I can't
Okay.
give you the commitment, but
When you come back the next time asking for more, we
No.
should keep this in
I
mind?
should say, I'm 99% sure no.
Okay.
Not on this application.
Thank you.
Okay. But I'm very happy this kind of large development should have some kind of community component with the daycare of amenities like daycare or school, and that's always missing. Right.
I can move a motion. Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair.
I do have a question.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, just directing you to the screen.
Oh, do we have some
Variance
change?
1 and variance number 2 just get reworded.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that as part of your motion, it's for this amended.
The amended agenda. Okay.
Phil has a question, I think.
I think I read also that there are affordable units, and I'm just wondering if you can tell us the measure of affordability and how many units?
What's the number?
I think it's 178, but
10% of the GFA in this block, and right now we have about 188 affordable. And I
Okay.
can't give you the details because I don't think we've worked that out with the city in terms of,
Do you know the number of years?
I think it's 20
So it's 15 affordable, 25 years rental.
rental, correct.
Thanks.
okay.
And they change. So you're going to get different numbers, because I heard one before that they did 40, I think. You're going to get different numbers in different scenarios.
No, I know. That's why I like to ask.
Yep, fair
Because
enough.
it actually is different.
Okay. Any more questions, please?
When is this isn't started construction yet, right?
Site was prepared,
Site
but
prep?
no. There's
Yeah.
hopefully with this approval, then we have to still finish site plan. Hopefully one tower can proceed in advance of the other two, but
Because it feels like this has been around for quite a while.
it's been, he was starting university. Now he's a lawyer, so yes, I was like counting it, so yeah.
Well, it's pretty easy to become a lawyer in this
The
town.
other two blocks, I think, are complete, right? The other two blocks are complete, so this.
Yes.
The third of four.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Any more questions? No? Oh, we're in committee now. Thank you.
Well, I'm happy, for the reasons we've discussed, I think this is an appropriate application. It would be good to see this one finally get underway. And I'll move approval of the revised or the amended application. There is a Metrolinx advisory. You've seen that?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
You've seen it? Are you okay with that? Okay?
Just warning clause.
Yeah, it's the warning clause, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a warning clause, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I will move approval subject to the Metrolinx warning clause of the amended application.
Okay, Mr. Bayer, second, and all in favor of approval? All in favor. Thank you very much. Unanimously approved.
Thank you, committee. Thank you, staff.
And can we go on, right? We don't need a break.
Yep.
Okay, number 14 is 90-104 Queen Street East and number 3 Mutual Street. This is to alter the development standard, a site-specific bylaw for a new 34-story mixed-use building, which is under construction now, by reducing the number of vehicle parking spaces and will There will be a total of 369 residential units on this lot. We received site plan, floor plan, and elevations, 3 photographs of the property, and a cover letter from the agent, and an email corresponding from planner, community planning, and also parking study, the site-specific bylaw. We received also comment from transportation engineering. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. Not sure if the members need a presentation, but at this time, we'll unmute David Bronskill.
Okay. We don't need a presentation. Mr. Bronskill is online? Okay.
Hi, David, can you hear us? Okay, David, we're going to call you.
Is it coming from here?
I think it's a corridor.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
You need some acoustic improvement.
Assistant Monica Rao. Thanks very much.
Please leave a message at the tone. When finished,
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Let's move on to item number 15.
And we go back to...
And then we'll come back once we get David online. We do have the agent here in person and no registered speaker.
Okay, it's 15 is 34 Dunbar Road. This is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story addition with a second-story roof deck and an in-ground swimming pool in the rear yard and a front covered porch. And also we could construct a parking space on the south side of the yard, and to construct an existing driveway, reconstruct the existing driveway. The existing detached garage, front porch, front second-story balcony, and a rear one-story addition will be demolished. And we receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, 10 photographs of the property, and 5 photographs of neighboring decks, and 4 landscaping images from the agent, and copy of letters from the neighbors. We also have comments received from Heritage and Transportation Engineering, and also we have a staff report from Urban Forestry.
That was a mouthful.
Yes, yeah.
It's Monica Kuhn. I'm the architect and agent for the owners. Unfortunately, the owner had to leave at 12:30. Otherwise, he would have been here too.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. What do you need from me?
We don't know.
Forestry's report asking for a deferral. I think that's probably...
Yes, so we do not agree with that. We have submitted in July a full application, and the only thing that we were waiting for, which they now have as of last week, was a servicing plan prepared by a civil engineer on the new services that have to go from the front of the house through the tree in question to the street. And again, we're not going to get a building permit without dealing with Heritage, so I don't see what purpose a deferral at this stage is going to have.
I see. Okay. Any other? Do you guys
just kind of give us a
presentation?
No, it's just more about the urban forestry thing.
Oh, sure.
Have they got concerns, or is it just?
Well, we would like to remove a birch tree that was planted by some previous owner on city property in the front. And, but part of the reason for the proposed removal is also because we're underpinning the house by about 2.5 feet. And so we've got some of the services are coming out the side of the house and down through the existing driveway. And so we're going to be reconnecting straight out the front of the house. And so that tree is not going to make it.
This is a protected tree?
Yeah, it's on city property. It's not a very, it's the birch tree for trunks or whatever it is.
Any other? It seems that we are in questions now because we don't have any oppositions. Do you want to have a presentation or you have questions?
I just had a quick question.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Just on your site plan, the driveway, there's an indication of the driveway will be gravel, or it's gravel currently and won't be gravel?
Right now, it's paved asphalt, and then there's that which goes in, and concrete, which goes into the garage. We're taking the garage out, and we're going to park in the same place without it being in a building. I'm not sure exactly what the landscaper has planned. It looks like it's some kind of gravel, but our driveway is going to be much smaller than what's there now, and we're also providing a lot more landscaping, so I don't think you need to worry about
No, I was just wondering.
soft.
This reworked driveway, semicolon gravel. I thought,
good.
oh, how
Well,
wonderful.
yes.
Gravel.
Well, there you go.
Permeability, so that would be wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, I do have one question I'd like you to speak to. That is the size of your terrace or your rooftop balcony.
Yeah, so we're just...
I noticed that you have planters on both sides. It will probably will improve the privacy issues, but it's still quite large compared to what.
Well, it's coming off of the master bedroom, and the yard isn't that big, so they just thought they would like a terrace off of the back. But as you can see from the photos that we sent in, both adjacent neighbors also have terraces of similar sizes.
And you have talked to them, and also they
Absolutely.
do not.
The letter that you have was sent to all of the neighbors, and
They do not
our
have any
client talked to the two adjacent neighbors in person.
Yeah, yeah. I can see from what you say that it's actually all from bathroom and a little vestibule area. Probably will be very low occupancy.
Yeah.
There. Okay. Any question? No, we don't have any more questions. We move into committee now. Okay. And, well, Mr. Clay, yes.
Yeah, I actually thought this is a really good proposal. It fits in with the character of the neighborhood, and I particularly thought your client's letter to the neighbors was really good. And frankly, I kind of wish every agent would get their clients to do something like that. It would be very helpful. I'm sure that went a long way to mitigating any kind of concern. I take your point about your photos showed that your neighbors all have decks and terraces off the back, so I don't think that what you're proposing would be inconsistent at all. So I thought it was a pretty good proposal. And you do have some screening included, so if anyone doesn't have any comments, I'm happy to. I think what we'll do with forestry is that they suggested to us that if we were to approve this, that you have to submit a complete application to injury.
Already in. It's been in for months.
Okay. So you're good to go.
Yeah. And I think Mr. Goss has a comment. Yeah.
Yeah, my comment, I agree entirely with what my colleague has said, Mr. Clay has said. And yeah, the only thing that's concerning is the urban forestry report that says that, this birch will be removed. It's clear that it will be removed based on the landscaping plans. But without being an arborist, all trees aren't created equal, and a birch is a pretty fast-growing tree. it's an attractive tree, but it's a fast-growing one, and I think they'll apply for the permit, and it's fine.
They probably have to comply with what the forestry.
Exactly, and forestry could always deny.
Yeah.
Or they may ask for a replanting or something like
Yeah.
that.
Through you, Madam Chair, you could impose condition number 1, just as a safe.
Is that,
yeah.
is that the,
I think that's what they
is that the one?
recommend.
That's what they were
Even though they got
recommending.
an application in, we'll just cover it. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
idea.
Okay.
So I'll move approval of this application, subject to urban forestry condition number 1. And I don't believe there are any other conditions, so.
No. Second, please. Oh, Mr. Byard seconded, and then we are all in favor of forestry condition number 1. Unanimously approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we'll go back to item number 14. However, for those that are here in attendance for our 2 p.m. session, we're still dealing with applications from our morning session. And the 2 p.m. session will probably start at 4 p.m. today. So you can leave. You can also join through WebEx from your home if that's easier. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of speakers today, and that's why there's been a delay. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So at this
Number
time
14.
then, we'll unmute David Bronscale. We're dealing with item number 14, which you have already registered into the system, okay?
Yes.
David?
Thank you. Apologies, Madam Chair. I'm going to do a quick plug if I can. I'm actually volunteering at the same time at the Trinity College book sale. So if anybody wants a good deal on books, they should be coming up to 6 Hoskin Avenue because the book sale is open today and we'll be glad to help you.
Pretty shameless, David.
I thought so.
Okay, I think that I have read through what the purpose of this application, and I also checked that I do not think we require a presentation. Okay, Mr. Bronscale, we do not require a presentation. Do we have any question to Mr. Bronscale? No, we do not have any questions. So do you have anything you want to address the panel before we move into discussion?
No, Madam Chair, I'm here to answer questions. I think it is a very self-explanatory application, and you do have the email from Transportation Services on file.
Okay, so we are in committee now. All right, thank you. Okay, anyone wants to start?
Yeah, sure.
Ryan?
No,
Yeah.
you please go ahead.
Go ahead, Ryan. You closer.
I was just going to move the motion forward to approve the requested variances
Yes, no conditions.
with no conditions.
Mr. Byard, you want second? Okay, we have a second already. All in favor with no conditions. Approved unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Bronscale, see you next time. Thank you. Okay, and now we move on to item number 16. 16 is, that's what he said, is number 8 Holland Avenue. This is to alter the existing 1.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a new complete second-story addition and a rear 2-story addition and a front cover porch and a ground floor rear deck, and also to construct a new rear auxiliary building, which is a detached garage. And the existing garage will be demolished. And we receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevations, cover letter from agent, and arborist report. And we've also received a presentation material from the agent. We received comment from forestry, urban forestry.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
No. So. We have Luca?
Luca, are you?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Luca Chandler. I'm a planning consultant with KFA Architects and Planners, and we're located at 197 Spadina Avenue.
Okay, thank you. You do not have any opposition. I see whether anyone require a presentation from you. Anyone wants to have a presentation? No. What about questions? We can move.
I do have a question, just
Yes,
give me a moment.
yes, we just wait for one moment. We have a question for you. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm sure my colleagues won't be surprised that I'm asking this one. It's in respect of the rear garage. So you're proposing a 1 meter higher than permitted garage, and I wonder if you could just share with us what your rationale is for that. I'm just desperately looking for the elevation for the garage, and I'm scrolling through as I'm talking.
Let me see if I can find the drawing number.
Just trying to find, I can't find the elevation for it.
So specifically for the garage,
Yes.
the elevation is drawing A505. That's a 15th drawing in the package.
505, yeah, I see it here.
Okay, so, yeah, so, where is it there? So it's a peak garage.
That's right. So the design rationale is actually to create a visual cohesion with the front facade of the main building. So it matches the pitch and the angle of the front gable on the front facade. And the intention here is just to sort of create a unity between the two structures, which, especially when viewed from the public realm, we believe creates a much more desirable aesthetic form.
So you're just mimicking the main structure?
Absolutely. If we go up just a couple drawings to the front facade of the main building, A502, you can see the mimicry of the angle there, which, like I said, from the public realm, just creates a more appealing form in our belief. And we did have a comment from planning staff, but regarding the height of the ancillary building. But after corresponding with them and explaining the design rationale, they agreed with the decision and actually retracted their comment.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions? Yeah. No. Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we move into discussion now. Yeah, we're in committee, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to comment the other advantage to a peaked roof, although I know it's what triggers the variance, is it makes for a much more watertight structure. It's less maintenance over time. So I can. I was just going to move a motion, but does Mr. Byatt have any comments? Okay, yeah. So I think the variances are fairly small. This neighborhood has a lot of bungalows, but so I expect we'll be seeing a lot more applications in this area of this nature. But yeah, I think the 4 variances are quite small, and I find them minor, and therefore move to approve, subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Yes. Okay, anyone want, Mr. Byatt second with forestry condition 1 and 2. All in favor? Unanimously approved with conditions. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. And number 7, next item is number 17, 236 Crawford Street. This is to alter existing 2.5-story semi-detached. It's a triplex by constructing a front basement walkout and also a new rear ground floor deck with stairs. The existing rear ground floor deck will be demolished. We also receive a survey site plan, floor plan, and elevations, 9 photographs of the property, and also the decisions affecting the subject property. We receive comments from community planning and also urban forestry. We receive 1 letter of support from 240 Crawford Street. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
My name is Jason Keeper, and I'm located at 496 St. James Street.
Okay. Since you do not have any oppositions, I'm going to see whether we require presentation from you. No. Do we go for straight to questions? Please, if you have any question. No. Oh, we have 1 question. Yeah, we have some questions here.
Thank you, Chair. I was just a little concerned about variances 2 and 3. I'm just wondering if 2 is an existing condition, so that's the first question. And the second question is related to variance number 3, and I was wondering if, with regard to variance 3, bear with me, I'm just going to get to, I think it's a site plan. You've got a proposed new deck. Could the deck be shortened a bit? Maybe, I believe it's about 9 feet long from what I could find. if it was shortened to, say, 8 feet, would that help mitigate the variance that you're requesting, variance number 3, for rear yard soft landscaping?
We would be open to that. The deck that we're proposing is about 200 square feet, and the existing deck is 180 square feet. So we're pretty much in the same ballpark with that. And I would also add that, this is a traditional deck with slats, gaps in between the boards, and the rainwater will penetrate the deck, and there is soil below the deck, so we'll continue to capture rainwater. Though not, defined as soft landscaping by the bylaw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you say, but you said on a plan it only says new deck. It doesn't specify the material, but you're proposing to use wood planks, right, with gaps.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Any other question? We can. Yeah. We do not have any more questions. We are ready to discuss this application. Do you have anything you want to address the panel specifically?
Yeah, just 2 comments regarding trees. So I just wanted to mention that we coordinated with community planning, and my client has agreed to plant a tree in the front yard once construction has been completed.
Mm-hmm.
And the other comment is relates to urban forestry's condition. They've requested that we apply to injure a private tree, but we've stated that the construction is not going to affect any private trees. There's no protected private trees on the lot, and we were hoping that this condition could be removed. Especially since it was not made a condition of the previous approved application for this basement unit.
Mm-hmm.
And if required, we can provide forestry with additional information demonstrating that that we won't be affecting any of the protected private trees that are adjacent to this property.
So I have one question. Would you accept if we were going to approve this, we put a conditions that the rear deck will be constructed by wood planks, which allows rainwater penetration?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, that's what I like. I mean, I like to just suggest that. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we are in committee now.
What was the issue about the forestry?
Yeah,
he doesn't think he needs it?
No, he agreed to plant the tree.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he already addressed that.
No. Isn't there a forestry condition?
Number 2, yeah, there's a 2.
Is he saying that he doesn't agree with that?
Oh,
Sorry, you said I'm sorry, we're out of committee.
Yes.
Sorry, sir, did you say you don't agree with that condition?
Yes, that's right.
So, but if we put it in, you sounds like you'd be able to clear that condition quite quickly.
Okay, and that would be applying for a permit to injure?
Yeah, so I mean, if it's not an issue, then
we should put it in.
Yeah, you can clear that condition fairly quickly. So I think from our perspective, it would probably be better to have it included because we have no basis upon which not to include it.
Okay, and how would that be cleared without applying for a permit to injure?
You have to clear urban forestry anyway, despite whether.
Through you, Madam Chair, you'll have to work with Toronto Buildings and Urban Forestry staff to clear that condition.
Yeah. All right. So if we were going to approve, we have 3 conditions here. That's what to me. So who would like to start?
Through you, Madam Chair, we're back in committee?
Yes, we are back into committee now. Yeah, Mr. Byers, yes.
I'll take this one. I'd like to move a motion to approve this application with the conditions that we mentioned. Forestry number 2. I think it's planning condition. It's a planning condition.
Yeah, there's one condition in there with the tree planting.
Tree planting.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a planning condition 1. Because there are 2 reports, but I think it's just 1.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's just the one condition.
Yeah.
And that the rear deck, another condition is that the rear deck be produced out of wood, allowing for water penetration or percolation through the deck.
Okay, that's a three. Oh, anyone want to second? Is the business second? All in favor of the conditions? Unanimously approved. Thank you very much. With those three conditions, yeah. And we are moving to item number 18 is 838 and 844 Broadview Avenue. This is to alter the development standard under a site-specific bylaw and for a new 9-story mixed-use building by increasing the building height, gross floor area, and also residential dwelling number of residential units, and to reduce the number of residential vehicle parking spaces, and there will be total of 123 residential units within the building. And we received survey site plan, floor plans, and elevations, arborist report, and planning rationale by the agent, and also the site-specific bylaw. And we received comments from Transportation Engineering and also Metrolinx Review Committee. And we received support from 837 Broadview and also 50 Cambridge Avenue. We received opposition from a couple addresses, Broadview Avenue. Next.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person. We also have a number of speakers in opposition.
All right, so since you have opposition, please give us a 5 minutes presentation.
Is this on? Can you hear me? Yes. Perfect.
Make sure we can bring the material you want to present. Everything ready, then we start the clock.
Sure. So my name is Ari Kirschenblatt. My address is 20 De Boers Drive. I'm one of the owners of this joint affordable housing project that's before you today. I'm joined with our planner online, Jane McFarland from Weston Consulting, and our architect, Stephen Kirschenblatt. They're here to answer any technical questions regarding the variances within the application. I believe the variances sought today are relatively straightforward. We're seeking a 1 meter height increase which really aligns with the new mid-rise guidelines. This allows for residential units on the 9th floor. This reallocates the amenity, which was previously on the 9th floor, onto the ground floor, and it also updates the parking minimum standards to the new citywide bylaws. We've worked very closely with city planning, urban design, and transportation prior to submitting this design to the committee for approval. All departments are supportive of the application. I believe the variances are minor in nature, appropriate, and meet the intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan. We currently have a site plan application open with the city, which will be updated to reflect the changes in the built form should the committee approve the variances today. So this is what's on the screen right now is a streetscape image of the properties. So this property, this project is a joint development project with the City of Toronto. It's now entering its 8th year. It began in 2016 when my company proposed to the city the combination of our two neighboring 65-foot wide properties into a single development site. The combining of the lots was intended to make the construction of a mid-rise building just steps away from Broadview Avenue subway station feasible, as neither property could support such a development application on its own. After 5 years of negotiations with the city, which involved securing approvals from Create Toronto, the Parking Authority, the Affordable Housing Office, and City Council, a conditional agreement of purchase and sale was entered into in July of 2021. In exchange for purchasing the city's land at fair market value, the agreement requires my company to design, build, and sell a floor of affordable housing and underground parking to the city to be operated as 18 affordable housing units and 33 green P parking spaces, all within a 35-meter height limit. Next slide, please. The zoning application was filed in 2022 along the lines. This is the rendering that you see here today or on the screen. In January 2022, we hosted a well-attended and supportive community meeting. This led to council approving the zoning bylaw amendment and city-initiated official plan amendments in July of 2022 for a 9-story, 32-meter high mixed-use building with 107 units, including 18 affordable. Unfortunately, just as the zoning bylaw and official plan amendments were approved, Council also voted to increase development charges by 49%. At the same time, the Bank of Canada began to aggressively raise interest rates to combat post-pandemic inflation, which resulted in an 80% increase in construction costs to pre-pandemic levels. These changes in market conditions and construction costs hit this affordable housing project particularly hard, as we're locked into fixed price contracts for the affordable housing floor and parking floor, which were based on prices negotiated in 2017. These figures are now millions below the cost of actual construction. This is the reason for the application today. Next slide, please. The variances we are requesting aim to reduce construction costs by creating a more efficient layout, eliminating most of the terraces and setbacks, and to align our site-specific bylaw with the updated mid-rise guidelines performance standards and the new parking standards across the city. In addition, we're also proposing to convert the project's tenure from condominium to purpose-built rental in order to avoid relying on the faltering pre-construction condominium market. To qualify for CMHC's apartment construction loan program, we are proposing to double the amount of affordable housing units from 18 to 36, which represents 30% of the total units within the project. This aligns with the new mayor's housing goals. The revisions in the built form and tenure are specifically designed to financially support this development so that we can honor our commitment to building affordable housing and affordable parking to the city. Without these revisions, this once promising project, which is in its 8th year, will likely be canceled. With your support, the project is one step closer to breaking ground. I now have my architect here who can answer any questions about the variances, and he could also speak to a couple of the slides on the next page.
Okay. Sorry, excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, so the task for me, because it was already zoned and approved at 9 stories, was an idea how to make this building more cost effective. So we were trying to figure out how to build this building in light of what's been noted as market conditions, which are real and really very troubling to the condo market. So the client agreed to look at switching to a purpose-built rental and increasing the affordability to access CMHC funding. Mm-hmm. And I had the task of trying to...
you have shared a 5 minutes, but since you just started, I will let you have an extra minute.
Another 5, sorry.
Yeah, please.
So my task was try to make it more simple to build, more cost-effective to build. So one of the ways we've done it, and there's a diagram, I think, not on the screen, maybe the next page, that basically shows the outline of the approved zoning. Next one. So the outline of the building has been streamlined because the mid-rise guidelines also changed. So planning supported changing the built form to allow for a 6-story base with a 3-story top, less terracing, less step backs, which was a major cost savings. We moved the amenity that was on the 9 stories to the ground floor. Outdoor amenity was connected to the ground floor, and the top story became solely a mechanical penthouse. But the 9-story we were adding had an exclusion of dwelling units on the 9th floor. So even though we were permitted 9 stories, there was an exclusion for residential units on the 9th floor, and we now ask you to do that. That allowed us to increase the unit count. So we are only 140 meters from the Broadview subway station. We thought this was a way to bring the pro forma of this project aligned with CMHC requirements and to fund this and get this building. And we felt we have the community, the support of planning staff. We worked hard to get them to support this. I don't think you see any objections from them. We are in site plan approval. We will have to go back after you approve this, hopefully you will, to finalize the site plan approval with the city.
Thank you.
So I think it's straightforward. We need your support because otherwise this project is probably not going to happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So maybe should we hold on our question to the applicant and then we listen to so hear the opposition.
Yeah. So those that are here in person to speak on this application, one by one, please come up to the podium. Just make sure the red light is on.
Good afternoon. My name is Chloe Brown. I am a resident of High Park, Parkdale, and I have come here today to speak in support of this development as a born and raised Torontonian that is looking forward to aging in this city and eventually being buried in one of its marvelous plots. I came here to speak because this project is 8 years behind its approval, and as someone who is 35 years old, I would like to see some developments happen before I reach the age of retirement, and this is one of them. This particular development is special to me because growing up in the city, we had taste of the Danforth, and in recent years, it's lost its funding. The Danforth has lost its population, and we desperately need new housing to support the population growth and the return of some residents as we look at the changing of the city. I'm speaking to this one particularly because it falls within the transit-oriented development neighborhoods. It has Broadview, which is really close by, and the PAPE, I believe it's the Ontario Line PAPE station that will be occurring a station over. I'm really excited about this particular development because the developer has increased the number of affordable units. They are changing the tenor to rental to qualify for the CMHC financing, and they are relocating the amenity space to accommodate some greater services. In line with the City of Toronto's community benefit agreements, there's an opportunity here to work with the developer to partner with Woodgreen, which is a local social service provider. It is an 8-minute drive from this development, and they could help the city achieve its goals of social procurement, workforce development, and it could also just work with local residents to ensure that a community space is allocated. But it all requires that this application is approved here today. It's really important that this committee makes a decision as we're looking at young people moving out of the city for other provinces and cities. We're looking at a skilled trades workforce crisis, and as someone who works at Toronto Metropolitan University, we're coming across a lot of contractors who are not getting access to land. So that has a trickle-down effect where we can't hire skilled tradesmen to build this. This application is a symbol of an ongoing opportunity for all of us here to work for developments that work for us. Because this is a rental property, it allows someone of my income, which is $72,000, to apply for housing that's still in Toronto. I don't want to move out of the city. I don't want to have to learn French and live in France. I want to stay close to home. But it requires all of us having an open mind about how we evolve these applications to meet the city's needs. It's not impossible, but it requires getting the approval here and then moving to the planning tables outside of this committee. So I thank you for hearing me out, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Any question to this speaker?
I think just for the record that we didn't get your actual address.
Oh, 45 Oakmount Road. It's right outside of Keele Station, and I just became aware of this because I was running for mayor in 2022, 2023, and as I talked to more of my neighbors, there's not a lot of housing stock for us to move around to. So it's really pushing us to decide whether we're moving to like Owen Sound or Halifax, which
Thank you.
probably
you
great.
answered the question already. Thank you. So any other questions there? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Simon Rollins, and my address is number 8 Pretoria Avenue. I think all of us in the community have been part of this building for a long time. As mentioned, it's gone through a robust process, starting years ago, and part of that process was large community meetings, and which has led to an actual amendment of the city zoning bylaw that had, everybody in the community. There was lots of concerns raised about parking issues, about transportation. Pretoria Avenue is the one two-way entry and exit to the broader area of Eastmount and Thorncliffe Avenue beyond. So there has been lots of discussion. And the Broadview Avenue planning study is designed to help development all along the avenue of Broadview. And there are big plans for Broadview Avenue. There was a huge Broadview Avenue study done in which the recommendations were for generally 6-story buildings. This got approval for 9 stories. So in my opinion, there has already been sort of like a generous increase in the planning sort of permissions for this building. I would like everybody to keep in mind that this is just one of many, many developments. This is not Noah's Ark. This is not the last development that there will be. Everybody has to get on this ship. So there are numerous sort of 2- and 3-story buildings between this lot and Broadview, subway station. I think it's, a great thing for the city that this street will be developed and that affordable housing will be included in that. My concerns are that between the previous application, broadly studied by the public, and this one, which is a committee of adjustment application in which the notices only go out to residents within, I believe, 60 meters of this property. So the broader community has not been engaged. Many people did not even know that this application has been put in and is happening, but it's also asking for significant gains on space. It's asking for residential space on the 9th floor that is not permitted in the previous study. The amendment to the zoning bylaw mentioned that there should be sort of like a thoughtful built form transition between the mixed-use area on Broadview Avenue and the neighborhood to the west. So we've gone from, I think, like a thoughtful terraced upper deck of this building where amenity spaces on the 9th floor and residential spaces on the 7th and 8th floor were stepped back, both on the west side, the south side, and the east side. This has all been now squared off. And there is a gain of 600 square meters of residential space in the building. That is 6,500 square feet. I brought for the committee members just a sort of a highlight of the revised diagram 6, which shows the increase of the space of the 9th floor. This is increasing the previous setback of the 9th floor was 19.8 meters from the west property line. That is being revised to 12 meters. That's a difference of 7.8 meters, which is 25'7". So this is not a minor variance. This is a large variance, which will impact the scale, the massing of the building. One thing that came to my mind was that the previous iteration, which we saw the photograph of, it looked like a thoughtfully, architecturally designed building. With all due respect to the members of the committee, the squared off box at the top of this building now looks like a committee designed solution. I think that this building is setting a precedent for not only the massing along Broadview Avenue, but the scale and the character of this. I think that the committee, the committee is not here to consider financial hardship of people. Like, we can't come in here and say, look, I have to have 10,000 square feet because I need to make more money off it. We're here to consider things in context with the relationship of the whole avenue.
Your 5 minutes up. Do you want to, that's it. That's your conclusion. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Do you have any question for this speaker? No. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll hear from the next speaker that's here in person.
Hello, my name is Fotios Saratsiotis, and I live at 12 Pretoria, which is the adjacent property on the west side of the proposed development. Whether one is for or against the changes, I think any reasonable person would agree that the public hearing notice is misleading, if not outright deceptive, with the title minor variance permission. We heard earlier today another case where the applicant had a 25% increase in height, and that too was a minor. So I don't know what would constitute a major. Whether this was done intentional or not, the wording of a public notice as minor means that many people will likely chuck it. People are busy running their lives, they're taking their kids to school, they're going to their jobs, they're trying to put food on the table with increased prices of food and all that, and to get a notice on your mail that says minor, that's one reason to chuck it. Also, this notice was only put on one side of the proposed site. There was no notice on the side on Pretoria Avenue. It was only on Broadview Avenue, and most people affected are on Pretoria Avenue. So another way to kind of slide this through the radar is to have less people. As we heard earlier from the secretary, unfortunately, we're running late today because we have many speakers. Well, that's what we want. And in order to have a robust community speak about things that matter, we need to make sure that they all know that this meeting is happening. They need to know that it's major, and we want their participation. I'm against this extra floor of residential for many reasons. Number one, it brings more shade into my backyard. It allows more people to look into my backyard. The building itself has become ugly. It was what was nice, a nice, beautiful shape designed by architects. Now looks like it's been designed by accountants. So the building, in my view, is quite ugly. It's going to bring more units, more people, more traffic, more noise, less parking. So there's already havoc on the street. I see it every day, and this is just going to make things worse. So I'm against this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this speaker? Okay, no, we have questions. Thank you.
Next speaker that's here in person. For those that have arrived for the 2 p.m. session, we are still hearing our morning applications. The committee will not be back until 4 o'clock today. So you can leave and then come back for 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name's John Bennett. I live at 100 Cambridge Avenue. I only found out about this last night. I haven't had time to prepare for this. There was no notification delivered to my house. Whoever is in charge of ensuring that notifications go out should be a little more diligent, because none of my other neighbors knew about it either. So I'm kind of unprepared here. However, my big issue is with the parking. That area I've lived there for 40 years. There's been a parking problem before I moved there. Now they're going to add all these more, 123 more units with I don't even know how much parking. There's something like 20 spaces for the people that live in the apartment. I'm only getting my information secondhand. That may not be accurate. But parking is a huge issue in the area, and that's my biggest concern with this project at this time. So as I said, I'm kind of unprepared. I didn't have any notifications, so that's about all I have to say at the moment.
Thank you. Any question? Yeah, we have.
And what's your address, sir?
100 Cambridge Avenue. I believe I'm within the 60 meters that...
That's what I was trying to...
I think more consideration should be given to the people that actually live in the area. I'm not looking to build a project. This isn't a project for me. This is somewhere where I live.
Yeah, I think you might be just outside of the 60 meters, and that would explain.
It must be inches outside. Or centimeters. Thank you.
No further questions for this speaker? Okay, next speaker that's here in person.
Hello, my name is Bev Gilbert, and my daughter lives at 4 Ozark Crescent, which is right behind John's house. And I've had her on the phone many times calling to try to find parking spaces. She needs a car, and it's not just that there's several blocks where she can park, but it's driving up and down the streets trying to find. There's the Albany Clinic right there. People use her street or Ozark to park because you can park there after 10, and so they'll go to work down at the subway. And my biggest concern is the parking of the area. It's so congested. It's very difficult to find a place to park. And I wasn't familiar. I just found out about this yesterday as well. And it's very close by. Like it's Pretoria turns into Ozark, and we're right there. And I wished I'd known about it sooner, and I would have known more about the building and what it was for. I seem to remember something back from 2016 about it, but it's just the congestion there is incredible. And I saw that 800 Broadview Avenue, which is 6-story, 30 units. Oh, it has 30 units, but it has 48 residential parking spots. This one has far more units, is taller, and has many, many less parking spots. And where it's always great to have bikes, and if people can use bikes, that's wonderful, but a lot of people have cars and have to have cars. So that's just my biggest concern. It does sound like an interesting place, but I think we have to watch the congestion.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you. Is that, and wait, do we have question for this? No, okay, thank you. So.
Okay, are there any other speakers here in person for this application? See none? Okay, so then we have 2 more speakers online. So at this time, we'll unmute Mark Richardson.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Members of the Toronto and East York Committee of Adjustment, my name is Mark Richardson. I'm a volunteer with an organization called HousingNowTO.com. My address is 79 Highcroft Road in the East End. I am not physically close to this site, but I have been a volunteer for over 25 years at the Out of the Cold program, which is a homeless shelter program at Eastminster United Church, which is nearby at Danforth and Jackman. I'm here today to be the white male over 50 homeowner who's here to support this project because I thought you'd like a little bit of variation to what you were hearing today. Volunteers from our HousingNowTO.com Civic Tech and Open Data Project have attended all of the in-person and virtual public meetings over the last 12 years about this site since an older proposal was first submitted in December of 2020. Over that time, our volunteers have worked with data analysts, urban planners, architects, planning students, and affordable housing operators to crowdsource trustworthy, accessible, public-facing information about this site in order to help the development of 838 Broadview move ahead in the context of Toronto's ambitious affordable rental housing development goals, which are 65,000 units of new rental affordable housing by the end of 2030. We are now nearing the end of 2024. Tick-tock, pitter-patter, let's get at her. The revisions presented to you today describe an excellent proposal that, in our volunteers' opinion, is minor in nature, represents an appropriate development and use of land, and brings a strong community benefit to the community in the form of both new purpose-built rental housing and permanent affordable rental apartments. Our Housing Now TO volunteers would like to highlight the additional context and metrics of the affordable rental on this site. We're currently at 18 units under the old plan. This gives you the opportunity to create double that, to create 36 units, 30% of the units as affordable rental in perpetuity. Despite what you may have heard from some of the Praetorian Guard who are on Pretoria Street nearby, we do not have a parking crisis. We have a housing crisis. This is a minor variance. We really want you to understand that buildings that create affordable rental housing have to be designed in a way that the affordable rental housing meets the financial viability matrix that CMHC will support. So I'm glad that there's less parking. I'm glad that there's less angular plane. We were involved in all of the Broadview Avenue planning studies over a number of years. And during those study discussions, we said these designs make no sense for affordable housing. But back in 2014 to 2018, when those plans were being discussed, the financial viability of an affordable housing project was not a priority for the Toronto City Planning Department or their Urban Design Department. Part of the reason why these variances are coming to you today is because the Broadview Avenue planning study is not fit for purpose today and was not fit for purpose back then if our city really wants to create 65,000 new units of affordable rental housing in the next 6 years. I'm asking you to frankly ignore the neighbors, particularly the ones who've lived there for 40 years. It's not your priority to keep the neighbors happy. Your priority is to align with the city council's target, the federal targets, and the provincial targets to create affordable housing at speed and at scale near major transit station areas like the site that you are looking at today. We strongly encourage the Committee of Adjustment to approve all of the requested variances for this design and the business case today, so that this project can break ground within the next 6 months. Because if the government changes in Ottawa, the funding mechanisms to support this project may also change, and you cannot take that risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any question to? Yes, thank you. No, sorry, it's not our order. We're going to listen. Yes.
Okay, we're going to go to the next speaker online. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Can,
Hi, this is Osman Can Örnek, and I'm the co-owner of the 7 Pretoria. And I want to kind of share my concerns about the new condo project. I want to make it clear that I am against it.
Excuse me, let me interrupt. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know you told us to address, but we could not hear it. Can you repeat where your address is?
Of course. I am the owner of 7 Pretoria Avenue.
7 Pretoria. Okay, 7.
Yes.
Thank you.
7 Pretoria.
Sorry to interrupt. You can start again. Yeah, thank you.
No worries. So I want to share my concerns about the new condo project, as shared by most of our neighbors as well. The traffic, no matter what everyone says, is actually a really serious problem, especially down in Pretoria and its, I guess, extension, the Coxwell Avenue and like the old other ones that are kind of close by as well. The city's current solution is to issue street parking permits that go all the way to paved, but anyone with a kid who is living in the neighborhood, you won't be traveling 2 subway station distances with your kid to just kind of be parking somewhere. The second part is even the small projects, the actual small projects that were just fixing the railways and everything caused a significant traffic jam in both the Pretoria and the Broadview Avenue. And I'm basically just kind of thinking the more cars, residents, and visitors will basically lead to even more congestion and safety risks. In the previous proposal, I think there were definitely more parking spaces, still less than I think it should be. But if there is any sort of project that's going to be adding new units here, I think they should account for the new residents, plus even provide some additional street parking for the neighbors of the zone as well. The second point that I want to bring is, I think it's also shared by the community as well, but this is mostly a community of families. So it is not a studio, I guess, apartment dwellings, or there are not many people who are living kind of like as single people, who are kind of working and kind of doing their jobs. But it's mostly families who is actually here for schooling, which has like a really great kind of school, as well as the community benefits. So this project with it just in 9 floors, cramming as many rooms as possible and making only 18 of them affordable, I don't think it is either contributing to the affordable housing crisis, nor it is actually trying to create proper spaces where families can move in. In all honesty, how it looks from our side is another developer trying to, I guess, profit as much as possible from the little space that they've been given. And I definitely agree with the assessment on the design of the new proposal as well. I guess like the third concern is definitely on the schooling. So we used to live in the North York region, and a really recent development that happened there was they had to relocate almost half of the students that are going to Avondale Public School to another school just because of, I guess, unplanned additional housing units that didn't, consider how many of these people might actually have kids that would be attending the public schools in the region. So I would actually hate to see something like that happening to this community as well. And that's why I'm actually against this whole building idea. I think like a way to, I guess, a suggestion or like a step in the correct direction would at least try to address the parking issue. And since the small studio apartments, I don't think it would allow for any families to move in any way to contribute heavily to the schooling region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question? Okay, so now we can bring back the agent.
Yes, please.
And please, there have been a few speakers. Can you just use 5 minutes to respond to the issues that raised by the by people who are in concern? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To the parking issue, this project has switched from a condo to purpose-built rental in a transit-oriented community neighborhood in an MTSA. City's policies have changed, encouraging no traffic, no cars by allowing residents that don't want to use cars to buy a unit in a building. And now we believe we're going to make it a lot more cost-effective in terms of actual affordable units, and even within the market rental units that are there, there's still going to be a cost effectiveness to them. So the cost to build a parking spot is $120,000 underground, and we don't believe any of the tenants that are coming to this building that will want to live in this building, being 140 meters from Broadview Station, are going to pay for the cost of parking. We have honored our commitment to the city by keeping the Green Pea lot, the 31 spots that are open to the public, open to support the medical building across the street, open to the neighbors. If any of their visitors need to come and they can't find parking on the street, that Green Pea parking lot, which now only has 11 spots on it, will be expanded to 31 spots. So the parking issue is a new world, and the city has acknowledged that in changing its policies on no parking required near transit. And with this is very near transit. In terms of the built envelope, we have pulled back the ground floor, I think all the way back to the 9th floor from the original envelope. We're 13.5 meters from our neighbors to the west. The envelope has infilled a little bit towards the Broadview side, but pretty much it still articulates itself as a 6-story base building, step backs to the upper level, upper 3 stories. So we believe, and planning staff who've been watching us and supporting this and what we're doing, has agreed to allow this move to you for approval for the variances required to permit that. Bringing the amenity off the roof, okay? So we've had problems with neighbors where amenity on the roof was seen to be a noise source and an inconvenience and an overlook. The amenity on the roof is moved down to the ground. It's now associated with nice green open space, so we were able to free up on the ground floor for outdoor amenity associated with the indoor. The whole overall design has sort of come back into a reality that wasn't there when the original mid-rise guidelines, when we first went to approve it. So we think that this is a good, clean, simple, straightforward building that will be an asset to the community, provide the housing and allow this project to survive. So the deal with the city is going to be expiring in the new year unless we can pull a building permit. So we really need your support to move it forward, and otherwise there'll be a convenience store with 11 parking spots and 3 old tired townhouses that remain on the site, and we won't see and you won't be getting the housing that this city is desperately needing. So please consider all of that, and we hope you could support the application.
Thank you. I have one question about the parking spaces, which in your presentation material, it seems that the Toronto Parking Authority spaces is actually more than you said. It's 33.
33.
Oh, sorry, I just want to correct that
very
if
good.
I'm right.
You're
Also, the second question is that how does it work? Is it a 24-hour access to these parkings
I
by
think
the
they'll
public?
run it as a pay and display type
Yeah, and
garage.
pay.
You open, go in, buy a ticket, display it on your dashboard.
So who gets the money? I just want to.
City of Toronto.
Just City of Toronto will operate and.
Authorized Green P. It's not
Okay.
a private garage.
Okay, thank you.
Within the building, there will be 3 separate stratas, what we're proposing.
Mhm.
Our strata at the lower level will be owned by Green P Parking, or City of Toronto operated through Green P Parking. And then the second strata on level 2 would be owned by the City of Toronto and operated as affordable housing.
Right.
Oh, I see. Thank you very
And then
much.
the
That is a very important thing for me to look at it.
And the remaining parcels of the building will be owned by the partnership and operated as a purpose-built rental.
Yeah. We have some more questions here.
Yeah, this goes right into, and so the question I was going to ask, and I think this makes a lot more sense to me now, is the affordable housing. You know, we often hear of 25 years and in better cases of 40 years, and I was a little surprised to hear in perpetuity. So it's in perpetuity because you're granting to the City of Toronto a floor.
Yes. Correct. That's correct. That's correct.
Can you, and so
It's really up to the City of Toronto, the level of subsidy of those affordable units.
Okay.
And that was to be determined with probably managed to a nonprofit provider, and we've been in discussion with Woodgreen. But it still has not been decided. But the city has this plan, that the plan was to own them, so they're in perpetuity, and the level of subsidies was undetermined yet. Okay, so that hasn't been, and because they're buying those units from us. Okay, we're not, that's which is fair, and they're getting at a very good price because, as Ari spoke, that it was a price negotiated 6 years ago. So we're trying to honor those commitments to the affordable units, the cost of the affordable, the parking, the Green P component at the cost negotiated 6 years ago. And so all fitting within that envelope, the height limit of 33 meters was in the deal with the city at 35 meters. We didn't need the whole height when we thought it was a condo because we were stuck with the city's urban design guidelines and mid-rise guidelines, and the condo world is totally blown up. And so now we need to sort of fit in within the envelope. And again, even the GFA has increased marginally, only about 350 square meters overall, but that was still part of the deal with the City of Toronto. They put a maximum number of maximum floor area into the deal. So we are still honoring that commitment not to exceed the GFA, not to exceed the height limits, and to provide the parking and to provide the housing.
Okay, and for those units that are going to be conveyed to the city and then managed probably by Woodgreen, but by some partner, they'll have access to all of the same amenities as the market rate?
We believe it'll be indistinguishable. It's going to be one lobby, common amenities are all common. There should be no separation between the occupants of the building.
There will be no.
Okay, so the 2 variances that I think might have a bit of a negative impact on how this interacts with the neighborhood, so I'd just like to raise them and have you address them, are firstly the ground floor height down from 4.5 meters to 4 meters because that makes the retail less prominent on the street. And then the other one is also the reduction in the retail because right now it's quite a large retail holding in that location and it's going to be reduced significantly. So maybe you can address the need for because, take it that I support the program as a whole. Why are those necessary to make it go forward?
So I've been an architect for a long time. Mid-rise guidelines came up. It seemed to be talking always 4.5 meters of the ground floor, which we always interpreted to be from the first floor to the second floor, 4.5 meters. So we are providing that 4.5 meters. The interpretation of that ground floor height has changed to now where they're measuring to the height of the ceiling of the ground floor, not to the floor above. And because of the nature of this building with the parking below grade and the different grid of structure above, the level 2 above the ground floor becomes a transfer floor. So there's a thickness to that floor that is deducting the ability for height. But the parent height along the street, the storefronts, will still give the impression of that 4.5 meters. It's only because of the definition change we're now measuring to the ceiling inside that first floor. So that's what happened with that one. What was the other?
And in terms of the reduction of the retail area?
Yeah.
So half of the site right now is not retail, it's townhouses. So there's no retail currently on the property. The other half at the corner is a Taekwondo studio and a convenience store. It actually has around 1,500 square feet of retail. We're proposing 2,500 to now spread across the entire frontage. So we're increasing the amount of retail that exists currently today, but less than what the application was back in 2021, because the demand for retail is significantly less. And by reallocating the amenity from the 9th floor onto the ground floor, it shrunk the size of the retail space, and that gave us the opportunity to free up the 9th floor for residential units.
Okay, so in order to be able to have those residences
But
on
we're
the 9th
still-
floor, you've had to bring it
and
down,
That's
but
right.
it still is
While maintaining the
more than what was pre-existing.
And we're still animating the street. The whole frontage along Broadview is retail. Retail with a lobby and a lobby. So it's still providing that, nice public realm space along the sidewalk.
Thank you. Mr.
Yeah, so I think you answered one of the questions I had, and I just wanted to confirm that your original deal with the city had you at 35 meters, and you came in at 32, you're now going to 33. So you're still well within what we would say is the original envelope for the height of the building, right?
And the official plan speaks about a height limit as well of 33 meters. So we're not exceeding that official plan height designation, so it doesn't require.
I'm just thinking, the initial contemplation was for something.
Right.
Correct. Our agreement with the city was allowed for an application to be filed up to 35.
At 35, which, okay, so you're considerably below that. The other question I had is just in terms of the addition, you got additional 18 units? Is that what it is? Is that what I'm reading from the variance?
18.
So of the 18, how many of those are affordable?
So through our application to the committee, CMHC, which we'll do subsequently, in order to qualify for their apartment construction loan program, they require 30% of the units in order to qualify to be affordable. We'd like to qualify for that program, so we're proposing to increase the number of affordable units by an additional 18. So there'll be 36 total.
18 will be owned by the city. 18 will be owned by the partnership and managed as affordable.
Right, which is
36 units.
pretty good ratio.
30%.
Yeah.
Yeah, terrific ratio.
Okay.
Thank you.
And those 18 that will be not owned by the city, will they also be managed, you anticipate, by Wood Green, or will they be managed?
Hasn't been decided.
Okay. And is there a length of time that's been designated for those ones that are not city-owned?
As of today, not yet.
In the CMHC funding strategy, I think there is a timeline on affordability. I don't know if it's 20 years, I think something.
Okay, so you'll meet
But
at
it's
least the minimum requirements for
CMHC
CMHC.
controls that.
All right, thank you. Yeah, you answered the questions. So any other questions?
You could go on this for days.
Yeah, it's okay. Any other questions? Okay, now let's get into discussion. Now we are in committee. Can I start?
Sure.
So very quickly, and actually, it was kind of funny. We were advised not to listen to the neighbors, but we still do. I'm sorry, but I think that was a cool advice. That's all. I want to mention that. But despite of that, I think this is an excellent development because although there's some changes of the envelope or massing, I think on the overall scale, they haven't actually gone too far away from the original massing. And then if the original massing has had or will be created some kind of impact, especially on the Pretoria Avenue, this will be more or less the same kind of impact. It's not going to increase a lot. And I think that I really like the idea that as part of the, instead of having designated individual units parking space, this will be open to the whole public. And I think that it make the whole project make a lot more sense to me. And I'm in support of it. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, that one of the main concerns we did hear from the neighbors was around parking, and this development, in fact, is probably going to improve that situation.
Yeah, by a lot. I think it's 33 number parking now. At the moment is 11, but also it's private. It's not like you can go and park there, right? So.
Just observations. You know, earlier today we had.
There's a fellow trying to get your attention. I'm just trying.
No,
Sir,
I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're in
discussion
committee.
now. You have already got the opportunity to speak, and now it's our panel discussion. Mr. Bayer, can you speak into the mic so we can hear you better?
Yeah. So I said earlier today we were dealing with an application for an increased height of, I forget what the earlier one was. This one is asking for, as I think Mr. Clay found out, I believe the original approval was for 35 meters.
Yes.
It's actually less.
Yes.
I think this is such a supportable application.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any downside to it at all.
Mm-hmm.
And the proportion of affordable units, 30%, I think that speaks volumes.
Oh, it's a lot higher than the previous application came to in front of us. So more comments, please.
Yes, I'll just, so we appreciate everyone that has written in and everyone that has spoken to us this morning. I mean, you need to know that we have heard everything you've said. We understand your concerns. But we look at these things in a broader context, and we have to consider, excuse me, sir. We have to consider these variances before us in the context of the neighborhood, but also the broader neighborhood. And this is an application which is bringing to the city some very badly needed rental accommodation, some very sorely needed affordable housing. And, you know, I always ask this question, if not here, where? This is an application which is situated within the MTSA, I imagine less than a 5-minute walk to the subway, all kinds of transit, amenities, retail, commercial, institutional, medical, recreation space. This is a site that is juxtaposed quite admirably for this kind of development. Appreciate that it has concerns by the neighbors, but these kinds of developments which are sorely needed are going to raise concerns with a lot of neighbors in different neighborhoods, and we have to, well, acknowledge that. We also have to acknowledge what the broader good is, and I think in this instance, the city is better served by this kind of an application in this location. The variances before us, quite frankly, are quite minor. We have, as Zahir pointed out, we have a smaller envelope now than we had before. It's changed a little bit of the massing, but it's really not as large as it might have been originally contemplated. I think the architect has done a reasonably, quite an admirable job of reconfiguring this in a way that actually gets more community benefit out of the similar configuration. So I appreciate that it does raise concerns. I did note that as we go through the site plan process, there will be more consideration given to parking and traffic management. So some of those concerns will either be addressed or at least be discussed in the context of what the impact is on the surrounding neighborhood. So that's a good thing too. So I think it's eminently, and you know, Mr. Richardson gives a very compelling argument as to why this, and Ms. Brown, as to why this application is would be an asset to the community.
Yes, Mr. Bissett.
I agree. I do understand people's concerns about parking and changes to their neighborhood. I fully support this project. I think it's important for this community. I also think when I look at the site plan and the drawings, I think this will actually be an asset to the community and the neighborhood.
Yes.
Yeah, I think something else that's worth mentioning is these variances are needed for this exact program with these affordable housing units to go through. It sounds like to get the federal government funding and to be in compliance with the City of Toronto's agreement with these individuals. The variances we're looking at are very small. So I appreciate that the neighbors are concerned about the change to their neighborhood, but that change would happen whether or not we approve this. The difference is the zoning would be there and the site would be sold to someone who would probably be putting in condos with the, 8 stories, no residences on the 9th story. So the actual variances we're granting is not really what's triggering a lot of the concerns that I'm hearing from the community. It's the building as a whole, which is something that right now is as of right to someone to build. So I actually think it's important to approve the variances to also make sure that some of these benefits are included. And I'll just defend my conduct in terms of asking so many questions about the affordable housing, because I do think that it is something that, saying, oh, there's a couple affordable units is something that, depending on the measure, can be a bit of a red herring and kind of something just tossed in to make us think that something better is happening than is. In this case, it really is. This is good affordable housing.
Yes. Okay, then do we have more time for comments, or we finished with our comments? Okay, I'd like to have a motion then.
I say Phil.
Yeah, sure. I'll move to approve it. Maybe let's go out of committee to ask them about the Metrolinx condition. I noticed that there's a Metrolinx condition, and I just want to give them a chance to address whether that's something that the applicant has considered.
Yeah, Metrolinx wrote into our original zoning bylaw application that went through council as well. I think there was some sort of consideration because in the valley, they may have some assets that is maybe within their catchment area in terms of distance, but in terms of its separation from the site, it's very far away because it's down in the Don Valley. So I don't think it's necessary to include it as a condition of the approval, but
yeah, going through site plan approval, maybe they have to also open that up in discussion. I do not know. Yeah.
So Metrolinx isn't here today specifically asking us to impose it, so your preference would be not to impose the Metrolinx condition?
It will be part of site plan approval. You can't avoid them. As Ari said, we have dealt with it on the original rezoning too. So I don't know exactly. They just want to keep on adding it in. But I think it's simpler to leave it as part of the site plan agreement.
Okay.
Okay. So you still have a motion?
Yeah, so my motion is to approve it without...
no conditions.
Without conditions.
Okay. Anyone second? Mr. Clay second. And all in favor? Unanimously approved. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for the good presentation. Thank you. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, then the committee will take lunch break and we'll be back at 4:15.
4:15. Okay. Thank you.
Is that cafeteria still open?
It closes at 4, I think.
No, it's 3. Yeah.